We have a couple of things to fix up today. So I was thinking about our new inventory, and there's two things I want to do for sure. So I want to make it so that our hotbar is always visible. Three things I want to do. Make sure the hotbar is there and visible, because that's core to the combat. I think I need to make it smaller though, because it's pretty large right now. Number two would be fixing up some of the functions in our function library, because I want to just have one function that we can call to update a hotbar slot, and right now we need to call a few. One for like visual and then one for the data aspect, and I don't like that. It should just be one. And then the third one was options in the options menu to make the hotbar either always visible or contextually visible. In which case the contextually visible will be when you switch hotbar items or when you're in combat or something, right? That way we can prepare it for when we have combat. And then we can move on to doing some additional things, so like being able to switch using the number keys on your keyboard, and when you throw, when you click to throw, it gets rid of that potion. Like, I'm still going to use the balls visually right now because we don't have any visual effects in the game. But we're not too terribly far off from being able to throw the potions you make. And then I can easily do a check on whether or not the potion that's being tested has the effects that need to apply for like environmental things, right? And we're very, very close to that. Depending on our speed with this today, we could have it today. I doubt it. More likely, it'll be early next week. We'll be able to replace this tree interface with you just being able to throw a potion with regen health on it, or restore health. And for these to only disappear if you have a potion with, I don't know. We don't have really the right effects at the moment, but we'll think of something. We will have to do a full ingredient overhaul at some point where we put in the effects that we want into the game. They don't have to be balanced, just like right now, they don't have to be really balanced, but they just have to be in the game so that we can use them for testing all the combat scenarios. Okay, what do I want to start with today? Fixing up the functions would be a good start. Yeah. Okay, we're on the right branch. Get ingredient from index. It was update hotbar. I would like to combine this with the a function for updating the hotbar visuals. Which we take care of, I think, by calling the function from... Well, where do we do it? We do it in commission acceptance, right? UI, barter confirmation. That's a trailer thing, as always had a daily. It looks promising, it's not going to radically change Starfield or anything, but it is going to be, I think, their best attempt to dial back and do what they've always done best, in my opinion, which is those densely populated single open world levels. So all of the DLC will take place on one planet. You shouldn't ever have to leave the planet in any way. You might have to fly to a new part on the planet, but you won't have to leave the planet. It doesn't really change the fact that I think the game is not as much of an RPG as I would want it. But I'm hopeful that it will at least be something. Kind of antithesis to what the game tried to do, yes. But, I think that we've talked about that before where... Well, look at the game soundtrack we're listening to right now. Every single space game has this exact same problem. Go explore the stars, go explore all these planets, but also settle down in this one planet. No Man's Sky has the same problem. Why should I settle down when you also want me to not settle down? Update potion inventory. Did we do it here? In update potion inventory? Oh yeah, we do. Give me a second, I'm thinking about something. When we throw a potion, then we just need to call update potion inventory. We don't need to call update hotbar. So maybe I'm worrying over nothing. Maybe we don't need to give a shit about... You know what, we might be fine. We just call update potion inventory, and that handles... Theoretically, that should handle the visual aspect and the update hotbar. Yeah. Star Trek set unrealistic standards for the sci-fi genre as a whole. Space was made so interesting that it's basically impossible to recreate such diversity and colorfulness. I can see that. Yeah, I could agree with that. I'll say this. Starfield has really good faction quest lines. They're not game-changing, but they were very enjoyable, and they had ethical dilemmas, honestly, that I felt were more interesting than in Baldur's Gate 3 quests in a lot of cases. Like, there were quite a few moments in some of those quests where I was like, I don't actually know what I should do, because this has positives and negatives. This has positives and negatives for the solar system, or for the galaxy, I guess, and I don't know which one's better. And I like that. You know, I like the characters in a lot of cases. I just think that the characters in Starfield were just like Jacob, Ashley, and Caden in Mass Effect. They were interesting humans, but very boring compared to the rest of the aliens, right? Sounds like a Sim soundtrack. It is the Starbound soundtrack. A pretty decent game with an amazing soundtrack. That is 6.5 hours long. They got their money's worth from the composer, that's for sure. Okay, so we don't need to update the functions then. I was worrying about that, but we don't need to worry about that. Second thing is to make the hotbar always visible. We might need to do a little bit of refactoring for that. But of course, when the player's playing the game, the hotbar shouldn't just be visible when you have your inventory open. It's also large as shit. It needs to be, I don't know, 66% of this size. Also, that's a bug. Also, there's a bug. Great. Why is it doing that? Let's fix that bug first, because that's going to piss me off. I have to sit there and deal with that the whole day. It's much better if they just made Skyrim but in space, like set locations, travel between them through space, and get jumped by events or fights. So, Mass Effect, essentially, right? Like, you can visit, you know, Ilium, but you can only visit That's not the name of the planet though, right? You know what I mean. We both know what we mean. And yeah, I think that would have been better. I think Mass Effect has nailed that. Update slotted information. Check if potion is in hotbar potion index. I think this is what I was thinking of. Where if that hotbar slot is equal to -1, we update the visuals for that hotbar slot. Update inventory, blah, blah, blah. What called this? Where do we call this from? I just opened it up. I'm going crazy here. Where are you, you bitch? Update potion inventory. Oh, it's in the game instance, that's right. That's why it's not there. It's like because we have to call setup widget if we're setting that hotbar slot to -1. Because this only changes the game instance data. It does not update the data within the hotbar, but we might update the hotbar when we open the inventory. However, if the hotbar is always on the screen and not just in the inventory, we need to make sure that we are updating that as we are removing potions from the inventory. And that needs to happen whenever we update potion inventory. We do update potion index. Hotbar potion index removed. Wouldn't it end up being false? Is being added false. We remove the index. This is where we go through and update the hotbar to remove the index and update the ones that need to be updated. But that only handles on drop, or this only handles on drop when we are specifically dragging a new potion I don't know if that's true either. We'll play this by ear. I wonder how Elastomero in the creative space will influence Elder Scrolls 6. I don't know. I mean, the thing that I'm most scared about with Elder Scrolls 6 is that they remove something that was in Skyrim that made the game more like an RPG. Like it's gonna be, I don't know. It's just with Fallout and Elder Scrolls just both becoming less and less RPG. I have no idea what to expect here. Although Starfield, call me crazy, I think had more dialogue options that had to do with perks that you chose and factions you were with than any modern Fallout game, and 100% any Skyrim. If you were part of the Crimson Fleet, if you were part of another faction, you had a lot of dialogue options in certain cases to convince pirates or to get out of situations. So, I don't know. Yeah, we need to find references to the hotbar. And I think that there are cases where we grab the hotbar by first grabbing the inventory to set up like a reference or something. I might need to find references to inventory as well. That'll probably be a smarter way to do it. And then we're going to move the hotbar over to the main game HUD. Somewhere. Alchemy HUD, game HUD. Here. Get a 175 maybe? We're gonna adjust the size of this too. It's pretty big. It's mainly because these are large. But we do have a size box on this whole thing. We start by adjusting these though. Size box 128. Let's try... $90 by $90. And we're gonna make this button a bit smaller too. Can I fix this? we go. It's a little bit wonky, but it'll work. Put some negative padding on it just to make it appear a little bit more centered. Better than nothing. Want a little bit more space here. The corner is kind of awkward. It's fine, whatever. Prototype. Alright, how does that look? That's a more acceptable size. Especially if we're in combat or contextually need to have that open, right? So we're switching between active hotbar items. That's more acceptable. Yeah, don't worry about that. Yeah, this is what I thought. We grab the inventory and we grab the hotbar from that. What we need to do is just grab it separately. Which is fine. I knew there was one place that I made that mistake. Well, not mistake, but just needed to be refactored. Then what we'll do is delete it from the inventory. I don't think we referenced the hotbar anywhere in here. It's just sitting there. So deleting it should be safe. Let's hope. Beautiful. Beautiful. Why is that not working? Something else is grabbing it. What widget is there? What the widget? Where's my widget viewer? Debug. Widget reflector. Where's my pick hit testable widgets? It's just the inventory as a whole. Is sitting above that. It shouldn't be. Shouldn't be sitting like that though. The whole canvas is non-hit testable. These are separate. It is probably because we make the visibility of this. Yeah, you know what? We make the visibility of the inventory visible. And what we need to do is make it non-hit testable, self only. And we do that when we open it up, which will be in the character blueprint. That should prevent that issue from happening. Right here. Beautiful. Let's stop developing for a second and look at femboys on TikTok. Yeah, I'm okay, thank you. Now, if you have tomboys, I'm in. I might give the number on here a little bit of a outline too. Oh. Yeah, we'll I'll fix these up. Give me a second. No, we'll fix that up. Some bad references. Okay, cool. Now they have a little bit of an outline. Hey, Vonxy. How you doing? I'm doing well. How are you? How's your Thursday? Inventory ref. Why is the inventory reference on inventory hotbar angry? Playing some KCD and browsing Twitch. We just finished Kingdom Come Deliverance last night. Dumbledore dies. That's your spoiler. Are we grabbing a hotbar reference somewhere? Is that the issue here? No. Sorry, oops. In function, in the Uber graph, on switch info panel, access none trying to read property inventory ref. Why is the inventory reference failing to be gotten here? Is it because we are building the main game HUD after we're building the inventory? Yes, it is. I need to delay grabbing that by like half a second. That's why it's occurring. I mean, delaying by a couple frames should be fine, but delaying by half a second will be more than satisfactory. Or it should be. Or we can send information once. You need a true called once when created event use on initialized. Okay, not on construct. I'm going to make a custom event. Initialize refs. And then on the main game HUD, on initialized, I'm going to grab the yeah, but it may not have been made yet. You know? You finished it or there's still people alive? Imagine the game just because in KC style. What's the WBP? WBP stands for Widget Blueprint. And you do that for naming convention reasons. But on initialize, we know that the inventory... We just need to initialize the game HUD after. Yeah, I'll just do that. Okay. Make my life easy. The reason we're getting those errors is because this is being made a few frames before this is being made. So, I mean, realistically, we could just switch these up. Make the game HUD last, especially because we don't make any references in there. So it should be safe. We'll see though. Wait, right? Inventory? So I'm trying to read property inventory reference. Yes, yes, that's the reason. And so we make the inventory first, and by the time we add the hotbar onto the screen, this has been initialized, and we should be able to properly create a reference to it. We'll just want to be safe that doing that later won't cause additional issues. However, because it's created later, we have some issues with Z order. But we shouldn't. Oh yeah, the startup widget. Yeah, we'll do the startup widget last. Do this. then this, then this. Realistically, I could just put this all into separate like functions, and I probably should. Let's not worry about it for the moment. We'll do that if necessary, because this is not necessarily safe. This does not wait for this to complete before running the next one. It's handling it in frames. And the problem is sometimes if there's enough complex functions here, it will not finish doing this before doing the next bit. So this is where you would want to do functions, because they will only execute, you know, one after another, just like these nodes. Once this is finished, then this runs, then this runs. So this is not safe. Still have that appearing over, and I kind of like for that to be underneath. Although we wanted the tutorial near the top because I'd like it to be over any elements here if there are any. The player can always hide it. Well, it got rid of the errors. And then the error I wanted to fix was that you can slot 2 potions into the same slot, and we don't get rid of that information. If I put this one in 2 and this one in 2, they're both going to say 2. Now, in the data is correct. It's only going to be storing that this potion is in this slot. But we need to do a quick check of, hey, are there any other inventory items that are not myself that have the same number? If yes, get rid of that. And that should be easy to do. On drop, check if potion is in hotbar. We would need to do a for each loop just like we do here. I think we could do that directly from this slot though. Hey Marius. Isn't the most handsome man in Poland. I don't know about that. There's some pretty hot dudes here. How you doing? I'm doing well. We're just continuing work on our inventory and setting up hotbar stuff in preparation for potion combat. Fixing a bug. Would you believe it? Would you believe that I made a bug? Who makes bugs in game dev? Come on. We all know it's 2024, bugs don't exist in games. Remove indices from other items. We do have a potion index. Hotbar reference. We don't have a reference though to the exact widget. But we can check index. rather than checking the widget itself, we can just check. Yeah, we can pass over the index if it's the same. Okay. Not me, never make bugs, only unintended features. You should go work with Goat Sim. Story items. Actually, rather than getting all that, we should grab the inventory reference. There's a much better way to do this. Grab the inventory reference, get the list, get all children. Why can't I get... Oh, because that's not the list. That's the widget. There's the list. Get all children. Each through these, because this will ignore any that are pending delete. Save a bit of calculation cost on there. Yeah, we need to... grab them as inventory items. Get inventory index. And as long as it is not equal to potion index, and if slot index is equal to slotted index, that'll work. This checks, so we first check, okay, well, I mean, let's go for this one first. Does that slotted index exist on that inventory item? But we only want to go forward if that's true and the index of the potion isn't equal to the one in the slot. So that way, when we're testing this, ignore that. When I drag this in here and drop it, we're going to go through and check, hey, hold on. Go through all these. Is there another 2 here? Yes, there is. There's 2 of them, but this one is equal to the one that we already have in there, so we want to skip this one and just remove it from here. And I think we update slotted information. Is slotted false index? I think we pass -1 through. It doesn't matter what we pass through, because the Boolean will handle the visibility. And tell me you had a male lover? I have lots of male lovers. And they are very, very generous and kind. Take half of Cauldron Chronicles. Wow. Half of an unfinished first playable. What are you gonna do? We each get half the map and half. What are we gonna do? Like divide the we're gonna like draw a line. Like you get this half and I get this half. 50% a spoon. There we go. It's working. Alright, easy fix. Easy bug fix. That's what we like. Don't even have to change any of the code. Don't have to debug our bug fix. Just works. Had a wingsuit. Really loving the way the hotbar looks. What? Like shitty visuals in gray. I won't add parkour, and I'm not going to add a wingsuit. Here's my hot take. I don't want to add Genshin-style climbing to our game, and I don't want to add wingsuits, because I feel like they make platforming in games very trivial, and it kind of makes me feel less attached to a game world when I can just fly over half of it. But that does mean that we will need to make sure that we have enjoyable exploration and that it isn't tedious for the player to get from one point to another, in my opinion. Seen Tron? Yeah, I know Tron. I love the disc combat. Do that the same with potions. I like Tron. They made a Tron game on the PS3 or something. I forget what the name was. Tron. It wasn't on the PS3. It's on PS4. Tron Evolution. No, it wasn't Tron Evolution. Tron game. It wasn't Tron Identity. Was it Tron Evolution? Maybe it was this game. This game had really fun multiplayer. Tron Evolution multiplayer.
Hey guys, Soulmonger here.
Oh my god, okay, just this was really fun multiplayer. And you could like hop into your light cycle. I was so good at it too. I was so fucking OP in this game. Is there a horse? I don't think there will be a horse in Cauldron Chronicles, but what there will be teleport points, and it'll be pretty easy to get to and from those points and back to your hut when you need to. And additionally, the world will not be... We're not going for scale in the world. We're going for density. So I'd rather have a bit of a smaller game world that has more to do than a larger game world that we just make for size purposes. I think the Witness is one of our inspirations for that. So, you know, the Witness... I don't know if you've ever played the Witness. It's a puzzle game. The Witness is a relatively small level with a ton of density in it. Like you can see this gate here, you know, the player is about maybe half the size or 1/3 the size of the gate. It's really not a huge world. There is some verticality to it, but it's very easy to get to different biomes. And because of that, it feels enjoyable to go from one point to another, or it doesn't feel tedious to go from one point to another. And I prefer that approach to the, hey, let's compare game world sizes like we're measuring dicks. Remember, it's not the size that matters. It's the thickness. And that's what we're going for, is thickness in our game. Your world is really... I hope you weren't comparing it to that screenshot, because that screenshot was not our game. But I agree that The Witness is a pretty game. What was I doing? After I fixed the bug, what was my plan? I want to add some functionality to the hotbar so that when you drag in an item, we show the item's name. Or not, I'm sorry, not that, but when you drag in an item, when you select an item in the inventory, in the hotbar, we show the name of the item you selected so that you know what you've selected, and we show an outline of the item that you have as your active item in the hotbar. That will require us to set up buttons for switching that though. And I think I'm going to add that to one of the input mapping contexts. Here's the thing. Hey, Citizen DJ. Good to see you. When entering the alchemy table, we don't remove I think you're allowed to press escape in the alchemy table to leave the alchemy table, right? When we enter the alchemy table, do we remove this mapping context? Or am I crazy? Let me do a search here. Find mapping. On start alchemy, we do not remove the mapping context for core. So does that mean the player is able to open the inventory at the alchemy table right now? No. Why? Oh, we do. We remove the default mapping context. Okay, and I think we moved... Oh no, we moved open inventory to core. Which is weird, because the player should be able to open that up. Why can't the player? Probably because in the first person we check, is the player at the alchemy table? We do. That's a really stupid way. Why did I make it that way? Why am I so stupid? But it works. Functions, calm down. You're stupid, but it's okay to be stupid. Only God can judge you for being a retard. And judge he will. Okay, so switching hotbar items I will put into the default. Yes. God made you the retard you are, so he is to blame. Damn you, God. Why am I stupid? Input actions hotbar. IA.
Curse you, Bale!
I don't know if it was Bale that made me like that. Hotbar 3. Hotbar 4. You feel attacked. What are the numbers? Haven't they estimated that a child's, I mean, IQ doesn't mean shit, right? But if we use IQ as a measurement for whatever the fuck it means, because that's a whole different topic, doesn't a child get about it's the majority of its IQ from the mother, not the father? I remember seeing that somewhere. So I remember seeing something like that. But I think that it's mostly due to nurture, and because mothers statistically are the ones who spend most of the time with their child, that is passed on. You'll take credit for that because the credit's good. It's the only reason you'll take credit for it. Hotbar 1. Hotbar 2. Oops, hotbar. I know you exist. I really hate IQ though. IQ is such a stupid number. I think quantifying IQ is just dick measuring for intellectuals, or for people for pseudo intellectuals. Okay, we have the input action set up. We'll need to store in the game instance which... Do we need to store in the game instance which hotbar item is active? I don't think we will need to. I don't think we need to. What we only need to do is set it up so that we have the hotbar slots, and only one of these bitches can be active at a time. Hey, Boom Raccoon. We got an only pseudo game devs do map measuring. Honestly, I kind of think that way. Yeah. I don't really get the point. Maybe as a kid it was more interesting. Like, oh my god, this game world's map is so big. Yeah, but like, what's in there? Like what's in there to do? I'm sorry, but if I don't enjoy walking across your map and doing things in your map, then your map size means nothing. Most of Cyberpunk 2077 is empty, and there isn't anything to interact with. So what's the point? Rocks, many of them. Like Daggerfall. It's like, dude, I don't care about Daggerfall if it's some massive world. I don't want to play some 96 square kilometer game map unless there's enough to do within that. Take like Skate, right? They just announced that the new Skate is in development. The only thing that matters in Skate is not how large the city is. It's how cool, like how many cool spots there are to skate in. If there aren't any cool spots to skate in, the world size means nothing. Okay, we'll change this this border color if you have selected that as your item. Also ragdoll physics. Are you saying that, like, in a similar way, ragdoll physics don't mean anything if you're not doing something cool with those ragdoll physics? Or if it isn't, I guess, like a... What's a way that I can put it? If it isn't done to a technical extent that it adds something to the game. It's like, you know, Rockstar, for instance, I think has some of the best ragdoll physics in the industry. And that's because they make immersive sims. And for an immersive sim, you want things to feel immersive. And so if you don't have ragdoll physics that feel immersive, your game now kind of just feels more like arcadey. Setup widgets. It wouldn't be on drop. We would want to make a separate function. Yeah, for... update border. I think it's brush color. Set brush color. Do a select. It would happen after we set it to be selected. We would need a separate boolean for is selected. Function library update. Maybe I will put something in the function library for updating the selected hotbar item. Simple man, but I have a fun 30 minutes having my character face slam the asphalt at different locations and heights. With good ragdoll physics, I mean, that can be really fun. I mean, look, like with Skate, for instance, right? I mean, Skate had the Hall of Meat. And it turned ragdoll physics into... It turned ragdoll physics into its own minigame, which was just about slamming your body into different things and breaking every bone and doing some crazy shit with it. It was fun, it was silly. It had nothing to do with skateboarding, really. But it's one of the most memorable aspects of the game for a lot of people. It also had multiplayer too, which helped, and you could do score challenges with your friends. Plus the sounds.
Just need a 25,000 point bail, which is weird that that's there because that's much as in point bail. Now I just need a 25,000 point bail, which
Crunch.
is weird that that's there because that's...
I love it. If they don't bring that back for the new Skate, by the way, I will riot. I will riot and pillage EA headquarters. You've been warned. EA. One of ours made a Minecraft suicide tower where all you did was climb it, jump off, and die. Yeah, that's called nerd pulling. With a skeleton. Never played that game, but this looks fun. Skate 3 is a really good game. If you can get your hands on it, I think it's unfortunately only available on like the PS3 and 360. But not only was the game itself enjoyable, with a lot of fun tricks to do, but they had the Hall of Meat challenge, which was really cool. And you had full, I believe you had full open world multiplayer. I don't know with how many people, but you... Liren, thank you so much for the raid and welcome, dude. Hey, guys.
Lirenstras raided my stream with 34 viewers.
True. True, thank you so much. And just Gorn, thank you for the follow. Good luck on your fish. Damn Polish text-to-speech, exactly. Kurwa. What was I doing? Look, you guys distracted me. I'm gonna blame it on you. I was making a function. What was I making the function do? Updating the highlighted hotbar item. I know, super intense and enjoyable. You just got a rare rubber ducky worth 103 gold. Wow. Wow. Update selected hotbar item. Polish text speech always hits me with the funnies because I understand. Are you Polish? Dzień dobry. Jak się masz? Jazda z kurwami. Selected index. Yeah, we love our Polish here. I'm in Poland, I'm in Katowice. But jestem Amerykaninem. Nie jestem Polakiem. Jestem dupą. Get all widgets of... I could just do it this way, because the hotbar is always only going to have those 5 items, so it should be fine to grab just those hotbar item slots. Moved out of Poland to Germany, actually. You and a lot of other Polish people. But you were actually born in Katowice. Oh, nice. Yeah, I moved here from Kraków. I was in Kraków for 5 years or so. And, you know, I like the city. But I'm living in an area... I'm living in Ligota. I know I'm doxing myself. But I find that there are a lot more trees here in Ligota than there are in... where I was living in Kraków. Which was just south of the Wisła. In... Podgórze. 4 each. Yeah, we have to do 4 each here. And we'll check if the selected index is equal to the slotted index. And if so, we want to skip that one. Right? Update selected hotbar. No, what we want to do is, on that, we will update border. Come here. And we'll need to pass through the is selected, or we just set the is selected and then we update the border regardless, which might be the way that we handle this. Fiance's from Katowice. That's so true. So true, Mom. Wow. I think when I take a patronizing tone with my parents, I think I secretly think that they're thinking to themselves, "Shut the fuck up, child. What do you know?" That's exactly it. Yep. I knew it. We don't even need to do a branch. We can just set is selected and then tell it to update the border. Where did you move in Germany? I've only been to Cauldron and Cologne, and we drove through the countryside in Germany, and it was beautiful, dude. If I could pick, we were driving from Krakow to Cologne, and we definitely went through Dresden, but I think we took a bit of a scenic route through Germany. It was just absolutely beautiful. These small villages, especially with like a small stream running through them. So pretty. And I'm gonna go back, you know, probably next year for Gamescom. In Düsseldorf for a long time, then I moved to a village named Romerskirchen. You're cool. And I live in, God, fucking German. Who here in chat is a game dev? Raise your hand. Or imagine that you raise your hand. If I asked you what the most annoying language to localize your game to is, I know we are all thinking of German. I know we are. Because something on your UI in English is like, I don't know, 5 letters. In French, I don't know, maybe 7 letters. In German, it's like 10,000 letters. You think it's Polish? I don't know. I think German. God forbid you have any text on your UI. Translating from English to German and Polish right now. Oh god. Your Gamescom every day, every year. I wonder if we ever met, Discord. Because I've been at Gamescom 2 years. And both times I was showing off a game. I wonder if we ever met. The first year I was there, I was showing off a game called Neverdark. And the second time I was there, I was showing off a game, although it was in the business area. So probably you did. I don't know if you got to the business area. Often at indie booths and more often at the Final Fantasy 14 stage. Nice. I'm probably gonna be there next year. So if you're gonna go, I'm gonna be there. Hopefully, if I can afford it. Alright, let me add a new graph for, let's just do hotbar graph. Split it up, you know. Inventory action, hotbar 1. Untriggered. Update selected hotbar item. Selected index 0. That should be it. We should just do this and change that number. German language sounds angry. It does. Have you ever seen what's it called? What's it called? I'm so stupid when I'm on stream. Amsterdam. I know I'm yelling things. What's their fucking language called? Somebody say it. Save me. Krankenwagen. What's it called? It's on the tip of my tongue. I play old school RuneScape with these people every day because I connect to a German server, and all the people from Netherlands are on there. It's I can't think of their language. Dutch. Thank you, Dutch. Yes, Dutch. Have you ever seen Dutch? It doesn't sound like a real language. You can say German sounds like an angry language, but Dutch does not sound real. Any word in Dutch just does not seem like it should ever exist, and there should be no way to pronounce them. Just like happy German. Year. Een jaar. Vandaag om kwart over zes. What a language. I sleep for 8 hours every day. Ik slaap elke dag 8. Okay, look, I like alarm clock though. Alarm clock. Didn't they have like a funny meme too? Dutch language. Yeah, what was that meme with it? Yeah, spank me daddy. There's no way this is real, by the way. Give me in clap papa. There's no way that's right. English to Dutch. Spank me daddy. Oh my god, it's real? Give me in clap papa. Fucking Christ. I'm telling you, this language should not exist. Oops. What, 5? Another video of Voldemort laughing in different languages? Yeah. I love watching videos of things with different languages like that. Especially with like emotional scenes. And you'll always have that one language that there's like no emotion at all, but then you'll have some Italian voice actor or something, and they just go balls to the wall. Ah! My pizza or something. I don't know, whatever people say in Italy. Hey, take care, sleep well. I imagine that in Italy they just talk about pizza all the time and spaghetti. Somebody from Italy can correct me on that though. Oh, nice fart. Alright, let's see if this works. It is not updating. Okay, it's a little messed up, but it is working. At least the selection is working. Okay, that's a good start. And it's probably because this has no, the alpha is full. Well, it should work. Yeah, because it's not like this where it would look black here, but it's, you know, there's no alpha to it, so it would be invisible. Is that wrong? No, it's right. Wait, we're not like changing its visibility or anything. I don't know, I'll do it manually. Oh, now it's white. Oops, hold on. All right, that's better. All right, that's step one. We want to make sure that when we start up the game and when this is constructed, that we take the first item in the slot and we update that. So I'm going to on construct of the hotbar get. Well, I can just grab slot 1, couldn't I? Or I'll grab the list and I'll grab the get child at index 0. Do a quick cast to hotbar item. I know I could grab it directly, but this is just, I don't know, a bit safer again. Whatever. Whatever. Set selected. Update border. Realistically, what I should do is make a function called update selected and then update the border color in there. Why I didn't do that is usually what the kids call being stupid. That's me. Oh, give me in clap, Papa. I almost want to watch Dutch porn now. For like humorous purposes. Right now, bro, just a skippy and clap, Papa. I hope you don't have your headphones off. Excuse me, what are you watching? Especially the Germans. All formal, proper. Oh, you're in home office, okay. That's good. That should solve it. Schlag mal. Gut möchtest. I'm telling you, every time I load up, because I play on a German server on RuneScape, right? Because my ping is best there, because I'm in Poland. But for some reason, World 343 on old school RuneScape, all you Dutch people know, this is your world apparently, because there are no Germans to find on this server. There's barely anybody who speaks any other language. No French people are on that server. Nothing. It's just Dutch people and some random American who lives in Poland, apparently. But it's the best server I have for ping, so that's the one I play on. It is the chosen one. It's the unofficial Dutch server. It's kind of funny. Alright, we have potions going into our hotbar. We have selection for hotbar. We need the hotbar to... When we show that one is selected, I need to do a quick animation on the hotbar itself, showing what we've selected. So I need to add a text box on top of this, but I want it to be we'll do this. We'll make it a part of a not a horizontal box, but a vertical box. Then I can put the text inside of this, move it to the top, center justify the text, T selected potion. That is going to modify where it shows though, doesn't it? I'm gonna move it down just a little bit. Well, I will move it up. That's the wrong way. That's also the wrong way. And we're gonna make an animation. Or update selected, or we'll just do selected potion animation. Potion animation. And I think we just want this to kind of appear and then fade out over time, so that when you change the potion, we tell you which potion you've changed to, and then it fades out over the course of, I don't know, how long should it be on screen? 3 seconds? Fade out over 1 second then? So we'll do color and opacity. Here, 3 seconds, and then another second for fade. Try and see if it's aesthetic. Yeah, we'll try that. We'll see what it feels like. Good thing is it's very quick to test this. So pretend that a new potion is just you're just switching the hotbar item right now. Potion title, fade out. New potion, fade out. I think 3 seconds is good. It just needs to show the name of the potion that you switched to, right? We can always make it longer if we need to. Update selected. If selected, we can grab the hotbar ref and we will call an event to play the animation. Play new potion animation. Now play selected potion animation. And we always want this to play from the beginning. Just in case the player is switching between potions very quickly. However, we need to update the text first too. Let's make a function for update selected potion text. And I think the only information that we have in this hotbar slot is the potion index. So we're going to pass through the index. Potion index. Get potion from index. Break. Take this name. Take the text box. Set text. Update the text, and then just shove that nowhere actually. Put that here. Give me ein Klapp. Alright, that should work. Now I can cheat in some unknown potions, and I'll also make some potions. That way we can test it properly. Although right now it's gonna say nothing because there's no potion in there. Let me fix that first. Give me ein Klapp, Papa. I say ein Klapp. What's one? Oh, is that one in Dutch as well? Eins, zwei, drei. Or is that only German? Did they have a different numbering system in Dutch? That's the weird thing. I've never had to learn Dutch because pretty much every Dutch person can speak English. Arguably, sometimes even better than they speak Dutch. It's a very interesting country from a language perspective. You wouldn't often know that you're speaking to a Dutch person because their English is perfect. I want to test it here. I think we'll put it here. If if potion index is equal to -1, we don't need to update the text and we don't want to play the animation. Ah, Tweed. Jesus Christ. Why did I expect it to be anything normal? Their 2 is just saying tree if you're a baby who can't speak. What a language. I pick on them. I know some Dutch people. They've always been really great. Give me 3 crabs, Papa. Met Amiu. Who invented the who is responsible for this? What absolute maniac in history was, let's take the angriest language, let's make it the most hilarious language. Someone just wanted in clap. Alright, the good thing is... Oh, it's still playing the animation. Saying test potion. It shouldn't, though. Potion index is -1, so it shouldn't be... Why would you do this game? Potion index is 0. No, it's not. Uh-oh. Did I make a bug somewhere? Who's making bugs? Who's responsible? No, they're all -1. You are? Stop making bugs in my game. Oh, wait, probably because the default potion index is 0. This needs to be -1. Why does it say text block? Oh, oops, that's the wrong... that's the wrong number 2. I pressed numpad 2, and that's to make it raining and storming. That's definitely not the right number 2 to press. This is it's working. I just need to make sure that the text is invisible by default. Yeah, non-hit testable on the text, and then set the opacity to 0. So now when there's nothing in the slots, pressing the buttons does nothing. When there is something in the slots, no! You were almost working. Why does switching to 2 do it? It was so close. The Bugsy clap. I should not have brought up Dutch on this stream. Now you guys are just gonna speak to me in Dutch. I'm gonna have to get all angry. Sprawmy mites pisać. Is pisać or pisać? Polsku. See, if you don't speak to me in proper Polish, I don't know what you're saying, or I can't pronounce it. I'm still like a baby learning Polish. Little Dada baby. Your Polish is bad. My Polish is worse. Update selected. Index. But we do this for each one. We update selected. If the array index is equal to selected index, yeah, it shouldn't be selected. And potion index shouldn't be. Or it's because update selected hotbar item is being called before we change. No, there's no reason this should be being called. Let's see why. Yeah, right now, potion index is equal to -1, so it's just going to pop through. Two. First slot is empty. Second slot is full, so we play the animation. Okay. What if I press 3? The second, yeah, selected index is 2, so the result should be false. Is selected false? We need to do an AND boolean here and check, is the potion index not equal to -1 and is selected true? Because that's the only time that we should be playing the animation, is when we are actually selecting a non-empty inventory slot or hotbar slot. Now the bug should be fixed. Okay, pressing it now, nothing. Add some potions in. Selecting 2, nothing. Selecting 3, we play. Disappear. Select 2, nothing happens. 1, 2, 4, 5, 3. Beautiful. Working. Just to test this out further, though, I will make some potions, some blank potions, and name them. Time to make potions. What do we want to make? Let's make a quick regen health potion. Doesn't need to be anything special. Regen health 1. I'll make a damage health. We'll call this simple poison. And then we'll make a luck potion. Get lucky. Something I know nothing about. We'll put test potion here. Simple poison. Get lucky. If I select one, simple poison, test potion, regen health 1, get lucky. If I select 3, nothing will happen and it won't play the animation or stop it or anything. Nice. I will make the text a bit easier to read because imagine winter. A little bit difficult to make out on the bottom there. So we'll give it like a quick stroke or something. Get out of here, pig! Very soon I'll be able to throw potions at you. And you will die. And I'll make bacon potions. I will give you Clap, Mr. Pig. Don't try me. Clap. Is that easy to see? I'm giving it 2 pixels of outline. Oh. Wait. Wait. The outline is always visible even if the text is not? What? Epic, why would you make that functionality? Epic, if I don't want the text to be visible, what makes you think I want the outline to be visible? Are you serious? That's the stupidest... Damn it. Epic. Alright, okay, I know a way around this. Because I can't update the outline in the animation. So I can't like tell it, okay, well when the animation starts, set the outline to visible, you know, to be visible, whatever. But what I can do is I think I can have an event for on animation finished. Can I bind event? Bind to animation event. Bind to animation finished. Make an event or remove outline. But I can't even do that because it's gonna look weird. Because at the moment that the text is fading, the outline will still have full opacity. Can I add timelines into widgets? I don't think I can. Idea. I have an idea. Make 2 texts. Have them say the same thing. And have one of the texts be larger in size than the other one, but behind the one that's white. So wrap this with an overlay. Why does that not fill? Oh, here we go. Okay, so we'll make this one black. And right now it's the same size. What if we make it 26? Why can't I see it? Shit. This is not gonna work. I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense because it would have to be equally spaced. I could change letter spacing. There's no way. Don't worry, I can get them to match up in the middle by wrapping this with a, this is the I'm committed. I'm committed. I know of another way that I can fix this, but I'm committed to this stupid idea. This is just so dumb. This is never gonna work. Okay, you know what? Okay, back up. Back up. Delete this. I don't care. We'll just make it red. Doesn't matter. Make it so it's easy for the player to see. Make it orange. Fuck it. It's a prototype. Place with child. It's fine. All it needs to do is just be visible. And not all the time. Like, it is what it is. It's a prototype, not a big deal. Although I think it's really stupid that the text outline, which would add a lot of visibility to this. for some reason works like that. I guess one other possibility to make it even remotely legible is to put a border around it and change both the text and border opacity at the same time. Can I get rounded edges on this? Is that possible? Content padding. Top and bottom are fine. Left and right, let's do 25. Selected ocean border. What color do we want this to be? What is a good color for this? Do like a darker gray. Oop, that's not what I wanted. I could make it fancy. Will you be doing it in C++? Yes, we will. But for the prototype, it's going to be very minimal, because it's generally just faster to prototype with blueprints. Once we make a new project, and that'll be our production project, starting with vertical slice, almost everything will be put into C++, except for smaller things that would be wasting the programmer's time, right? Or smaller things that wouldn't really gain much efficiency from moving. Core features, core functions, C++, smaller things, meh. To me, a good studio, I think, knows when and when not to waste programmer time by making it into C. You don't do widgets in C++? Yeah, that would be a nightmare. I think I knew a programmer once, and they were learning Unreal, and they tried to do widgets in C++, and after like an hour, they're like, okay, that is not the intended way to do these. I don't know what the difficulty is with doing them in C, but apparently that's how it is. Hey, thank you, Sisla Gregio. Thank you for the follow. Also, what's up? What's going on, Datu? Do you have a different copy of the model for every area it shows up in? Oh no. I do that with widgets sometimes, and that's not a great thing to do. Especially if the widget's meant to show the same information, you would want to reuse it so that if you make changes to it, it's going to propagate those changes throughout. Do widget creation in C++ that I can get variables from them if I need them, but the actual creation and use? That's a good point. I mean, you could do the base classes in C, but there's also other ways you could handle that. You could create a master blueprint class and just make children from that. And you could still do that in blueprints. For some of the characters in Sun and Moon, I didn't know they do that there. Really not a good approach, since all the layers you have there on the left in the hierarchy suddenly have to be manually written out. Imagine having anything over 10 elements there. I'll show you a good example. I'll show you like our ingredient info panel. Here's one with a lot of elements. Lovely little hierarchies. And this is a pretty small one, too. God, writing that out manually would be hell. I do a lot of systems-driven games, and I usually have pretty complex widgets. Master blueprints get very bulky. Anything master gets bulky at a certain point. Look at master materials with horrible blueprint organization or node organization for master materials. I feel bad for art directors with that one. Ocean border, color and opacity, and we're going to keep that the same as this one. Point there, point here, point here. At least then we'll have some background on that we can see. Maybe it doesn't look the greatest, but you know what? Prototype doesn't need to look good. Just needs to function. And it needs to be not visible by default. Yeah, we're all about speed. I think a lot of indie devs will try to write good code for the prototypes. And in reality, that's the wrong thing you should be doing. I mean, it's good practice to make good code, but it's also a waste of time for a project that you know will be replaced by proper code. Yeah, that works. Looks kind of poo-poo, but it works. We'll want an animation too for the entire thing to fade out or just to disappear probably at a certain point. So I really don't want to handle fading out of everything. Sure, it looks pretty, but hotbar. I should know we placed a proper code. Where have I seen that? Where have you seen that? What? What in the library? What? This is the first time I've ever clicked on library. What is the difference between palette and library? Watching this stream right now. Well, I have to remind people that if you see me doing things in a dirty way, that is intentional. That's so that that one or two people can prototype quite a large game in about a year's time without fear of having to do everything with proper foundations. Hey, Coleman Arago. How you doing? Just. Comments also help. Yeah, what comments? That's too much words. We're men, we don't need words to communicate. No, I will go back and do comments, but I'm not going to do comments on stream usually. I'll do comments off stream. If you want to know how it works, look at the input and the output. That's how my function works. Now, in reality, the prototype exists in conjunction with the GDD to explain how something is going to work. And I think that most programmers worth their salt can take those two things along with even some bare bones comments and properly plan out a set of Jira tasks. How long do we want the hotbar to be active? Probably 5 seconds and then just disappear. Unless you're in combat. Really only going to appear when you're outside of combat that we will hide it. Let me think here what we want to do with the hotbar. We're going to have two modes. So one where it's always visible and another one for where it fades out. 0.17. That's very specific. By the way, you know, I love the way, True Nightmare Gaming, that you played my... I love the way you played the demo. I love it. I love it, but it also shows me I need to be more careful about how I define this game and how it's not a shopkeeping game. And I know I mentioned that. I think I mentioned that in our pitch deck, but I'm not sure if I mentioned that outside of the pitch deck. Hey, Floofy Dragons, how you doing? What is that animation? It's like a tentacle. Yeah, it was good. It was good. It was really good watching you play it as somebody who just came into the project and hadn't seen me working on it really beforehand. So seeing you, you know, for instance, like there is a tutorial to make a potion, but because you had already made a potion before hitting that tutorial, I skip that step because I've already taught you how to make potions. But I kind of in reality, maybe I shouldn't, because it does tell you a bit more information. I think emphasizing the game guide would be good as well, because that has some good information there too. Do I need to use an animation for this? Couldn't I just trigger an event that delays by 5 seconds? I want to do an animation here. I only would want to do an animation if I could fade everything out. But that's kind of... it's a waste of time to fade. Nah, we'll just do a custom event. So Truckers points to its guide once the tutorial is done, but it's also a physical object. That's true. And you also mentioned a book, by the way. I don't think we ever talk about it, but there is going to be this like encyclopedia that will be on the table itself while you're making potions, that you can look at on the table itself to remind yourself of certain things. Alicia, it's good to see you too. How's it going? It's going great. Going good. Yeah, pretty much everything you mentioned, like it would be great to have, we will have. Add event. Trigger. Hotbar hiding. Probably just do a retriggerable delay. You shouldn't use delays or latent actions. Shut up. Don't say it. Don't say it. I don't want to hear it. Should the escape key leaves menus because that happened a lot? I did it a little bit, yeah. Like it'll first leave a menu and then it'll, if you press again, it'll open up the escape menu. I know too you pointed out this second choice between the default spawn point. The reason that exists is specifically either for publishers who want to test out our NPC system, for me when I'm testing out the NPC system, or for people replaying the game and it spawns the NPCs from here instead, which is a godsend when testing out NPC changes. Especially when I often will have to go through multiple NPC dialogues to get to certain points, rather than spawning them all the way over here and having them walk. Yeah, they do, like, it takes a bit of time. I do make him run pretty fast, but it's still just annoying if I'm testing NPCs constantly, or if I tell like a publisher, hey, play it through once normally, and then, you know, hey, if you want to test out like different endings or play like an evil alchemist or mess around with Spoon, you know, it's annoying if they have to wait like 5 minutes for him to go to and from this point. Oh, this is a lot quicker to have the alternate spawn here. And also, these mountains aren't part of the skybox. They are physical, but you won't be able to get to them, of course. Looks kind of silly up in the sky, especially with water here. Ignore that. Yeah, having them physical is nice because then if once it starts snowing, you can see snow appear on the mountains. It's pretty cool. Although I do keep a little snow on the mountaintops that are pretty high up. Yeah, this isn't going to be the map that we use in the main game. That's also the reason why the desert transition is so quick, is because I just want the publisher to know that we'll have multiple biomes, and not for the transition to look realistic or anything. Just, hey, here's a desert that shows that we want to have multiple biomes. Okay, that should work for when we set... We're gonna have to add an additional setting in the menu for whether or not the player wants the hotbar to always be on or for it to be immersive, in which case it's only going to appear when in combat or when switching items. We want to trigger hotbar hiding. I think what we'll do is... we could bind some events to... enum changes, because we'll probably have an enum for whether or not you're in combat or not. That's at least how I imagine it at the moment, because we haven't done any planning. Right now, before we do that, I'll just have it... I'll have the hotbar by default be collapsed, or be hidden, sorry, not collapsed. And we'll just change it. We'll just show it when the player's in the inventory screen all the time. Or when the player switches hotbar items, that's when we can specifically call the trigger hotbar hiding. You like gameplay tags? I mean, tags are enums. They work the exact same way. If you grab tags from an actor, they are just enums. They're the exact same thing, but you can't use tags in every situation. Where can I centralize this? Ever seen the appeal with tags? What is their actual use case? They are, you know, one of the good cases is that they're dynamic. I mean, it's just an array of enums, right? Anything you can do with an array of enums as a variable on, it's basically just an array of enums that you can have on the actor at any time by default. Yeah, but enums are masked too. Same with F names. Hey, August, how you doing? Good to see you, man.
AUG16 Ferated my stream with 1 viewers.
True. You're tired? Need some caffeine. The more I think about it, the more I don't like this. But I think we could grab a setting from this. No caffeine. Slept yesterday, avoiding naps so I don't ruin my sleep tonight. That makes sense. Let's see. Update selected hotbar item. Let me move this to the inventory. I know I'm stalling here. I'm trying to think of what we want to do. Tags just exist as part of actors by default. You can you can do the same thing with your own variables. I don't know if there's anything below level that there are more uses to get out of tags, but tags can just be achieved in your own custom way. Tags and gameplay tags are different. I mean, I know tags exist here, like, you can get tags right on the actor itself. I don't know if gameplay tags are something separate. If we're in the inventory, we want to show it all the time. I think we would just trigger the exiting of the hotbar. Yeah, so what I'll do is I'll store, we'll make a setting. And I don't think right now we store settings in the game instance. We store them in the settings menu. Like a smart person. But we can grab them with a function. Let's do it that way then. That just sounds, though True Nightmare, that just sounds like you would have a, why not just use a base class? Tag sounds like a really dirty way to do it, where you can just have a base class. Or character, where you have all that information on there. But in what cases would I want to use a tag anywhere where instead I can just use a class? Like in what case, for instance, if I have characters with resistances, would I not be grabbing that character? Yeah, I'm with Marius on this one. That just sounds like an overcomplication of something that already exists, which is classes. Apples and bananas are fruits, so they exist as part of the fruit class, and they'll inherit any of the stats that fruit class has on it. Well, now you're talking about components, actor components. Like a combinable system for actors exists. It's called actor components. And that's modular as well. Yeah, damage component. Yeah, exactly. Oh, what was I doing? I need the snapshot at settings. Wait. Hold on. Get the class first. Well, for instance, if I have my character, right, and I want him to be buoyant in the water, I can add the flux buoyancy component, which has all of its data and things that I can change here as part of its class. If I wanted it to... If I wanted to modularly expand it with something that I've created, I just make an actor component and I can add it as part of that. Where was I? Here. And we'll just output this as settings. How are they more expandable with communications between classes? Alright, let's make a new enum here. Do E. And this would be for the hotbar visibility. Hotbar visibility type. Always visible. Immersive. I'm going to switch those two. So immersive is the default. Set up your gameplay tag system correctly. You can adjust the tags outside of the system without needing to go ahead and edit things like with enums. But I can edit enums during or outside of runtime. What can I do with gameplay tags that I can't do with enums or any other thing? I'm not understanding this either. Take your time though, we're in no rush. In fact, take more time because then I have more things to talk about in that spend my time when I'm developing. Okay, let's add this to the options structure then. That was right there. Hotbar, visibility type. But I mean, tags are enums, right? I mean, they're the same thing beneath the belt. Like they're both bit masked. Yeah, I agree. I like what do they do easier? Enums and tags are completely different. You use tags to avoid using stupid amounts of booleans. Yeah, but you use enums to avoid using stupid amounts of booleans. Because a boolean can be an enum, but enum doesn't have to be a boolean. It's not like you only have 2 things for your enums. You can have up to 256 things. Well, probably 255, right? No, 256. Multiple tags can be true, but you can only pick one enum. Not if you have an array of enums, which is what tags are. Or just do an array of F names as well. You really want to. No, edit the enum. There's now another line of code you need to create every time you use the enum. Don't edit. You could do a map though of enums to allow for only one. I mean, you can also just do a check if you've already added the enum, which is pretty easy to do, especially because enums are stored very efficiently, so doing a check if it already exists is a very, very cheap operation. So it's not really making things easier. Not in a way that is worth switching an entire sort of development pipeline around. I mean, probably not. You probably can't convince me in text. I just don't know. It's just they're both really... We're just trying to look for the... You know, what's the reason for doing one over the other? You know, what are the benefits? What are the selling points here for A over B? When before they existed, games didn't have any problem getting developed. So how does it, you know, dramatically make something better? I guess it is the question. Settings, okay, we added it to option, hotbar visibility mode, default, that's going to be immersive, that's fine, that's good, that's what we want. In the options, let's make sure that that is the default. Yes, it is. Why are you like that? What's going on? Why is that off center? Just check to see whether tag is true or if the parent tag is true. I mean, okay. I mean, there's some benefit to that. I don't think that's always worth replacing enums with, though. Especially for things that don't necessarily have to do with gameplay. You know, there are times where you don't want multiple gameplay tags to be true. You only want one thing to be there, which is where enums are a lot more secure. The grid? Nah. Fuck the grid. Refactoring something that is working just fine is a waste of my time. Although this is definitely worth my time, is fixing this. Didn't I fix it down at the bottom? I fixed it with DLSS, didn't I? Or did I just leave it there? Where's my DLSS? Oh, I left it there for DLSS. All right, I'll fix it. What's the issue here? Is it because of the padding? Oh, padding's fine. That's fine. Probably the padding here. Yeah, it is. God damn it. I mean, do you think we're using it as a fix rather than what it's meant to be? For a prototype? Okay, I know a way around this. It's gonna be a little bit dirty, but we can fix it. I think this will work. I think Star Wars Outlaws is a good example of a team that can't they force that? I need that padding without it affecting. Yeah, I mean, for a vertical, we're still going to include it for vertical slice. Like, I think it's still a great way to, like, DLSS is not just about scaling down, it's also about applying other aspects of NVIDIA's technology to the screen, like the sharpening and helping with anti-aliasing. I also think that it's pretty incredible for its value. Like, there's no doubt that you can fit more graphically into a scene. I just think that there are cases where, sure, it is being used as a crutch. I mean, Star Wars Outlaws can't even run at native 1080p resolution on my home computer with a 4070 Ti and a 13900K. It cannot hit 60 FPS at native resolution. I'm not looking for 4K, I just want 60 FPS, 1080p. And there should be no excuse why that game cannot run like that without DLSS on. That entire game needs more cooking. There's no doubt about that. If I wrap this with an overlay, what if I put padding on that? Yeah, see? Now we're talking. Now we're thinking with portals. Sneaky, sneaky. Cheeky breaky. What ours with 10 years experience since you have never heard of LODs? Well, now with Nanite, they never have to worry about optimizing. And I'm saying that facetiously because they should still worry about optimizing. I think it's dangerous with Nanite where you don't have to do that, but you still should optimize. Yeah, it's not a fix. It is a tool, and if you don't know how to properly optimize, especially things that can't use Nanite, then you're fucked. Yeah. No, Nanite's cool. Nanite's great. Except on the things that you can't use Nanite on, then you still need a competent artist to fix that problem. Get rid of the padding. See, this is a crucial fix we just did here. You know how many players would open this game up, go into the settings, and immediately quit when they saw that these lines weren't lining up? I know I would. Too many, and with good reason. Skeletal meshes can't use Nanite. They can either now or with the next update. I think it might be Unreal 5.5 as skeletal mesh Nanite. Where did I see that? This is 5.4. I know I saw that. It might have been on Twitter. One of the developers had mentioned that. UE5 Nanite skeletal mesh. Yeah, it keeps saying 5.5. Yeah, Nanite's getting initial heavily work in progress rendering support, so hopefully we're getting it. Maybe not 5.5, but we'll see. Yeah, block this YouTube channel too. This looks like, I don't know, this looks like some bullshit channel that uploads, you know, like, oh, official trailer. 5.6 maybe, yeah. That'll be nice because, Jesus Christ, do characters with high poly counts can be really performance intensive. And it's like we already have animations kind of solved with like hordes with mass animation. But imagine if we could then optimize high quality character models along with that, with nanite. Would be very, very cool. Non-selection changed. Yeah, Niagara can do some pretty cool things too. A competent art director with materials and Niagara can do some pretty performance-friendly, amazing things. Would we just want to trigger as setting changed, or would we want to do anything else with that? We definitely don't need to update anything before we click apply. But then nanite is actually bad for performance? Didn't we watch something like that? I don't know if we watched this. I mean, I've done stat GPU with nanite and without nanite. For the things that I enabled nanite on, it was not worse. There are some things that don't need it. For instance, things that are already low or medium poly probably don't need nanite support. Like these background terrains are nanite, but they don't even need it because these meshes are 1,000 triangles for this. Really? Do I need nanite on this? No. What it really helps with is things that are insanely high poly. You know, having those really high quality backgrounds. Which is pretty much what they showed it for. Or having high quality, multiple meshes of high quality in the same scene, right? So pretty much all the use cases that they showed in that initial demo are still the best use cases. You know, you can bring in your photo scanned model. You don't have to worry about the LODs. Throw it into the background, have it looking good. No questions. But then you have to worry about like things like overdraw. Okay, if you have a lot of overdraw, that's where nanite isn't going to help performance. It will actually make it worse than properly made LODs. So it's not like nanite is a fix. It's just it solves one aspect of optimizing meshes, but you still have that second need. Yeah, I saw that email. Everything on Megascans won't be free, so if you get everything from Epic Megascans now, you'll get them once they move over to Fab. But once they're over to Fab, it's going to cost you. So I think they're just all on the marketplace, right? There's either a separate category for them. All of your existing free assets are safe. It's the only thing that this is affecting is, are the Megascans. So if you go to the marketplace, you type in the Megascans. All these that are free, just get them now. Just add them to cart, check out, you're safe. I know that there are 185 of these, but you know, do it now, save yourself the trouble later. I don't know when it will happen. I just saw... Do you remember what the date was for it? I don't remember what it was. I saw the email for it yesterday. It's in October? No, it's not in October. No. Don't be right. Be wrong. True player, you're not right. You are the most wrong person I've ever heard. Don't be right. Where did I read it? Where's my email? No, you're not right. Take it back. Oh, you are right. Shit, you are. It launches mid-October. Uh-oh. Yeah, do it. Okay, so do it quickly. Do it ASAP. It says mid-October on the email. God damn it, true player. You're supposed to be false player. Okay, we need to take an integer to byte. To byte. Not to bytes. Only do 50 at a time. But is it for sure? Is it for sure the ones that are in the marketplace or the ones on Quixel Bridge? Because I'm with you, True Nightmare Gaming, that when I saw it initially, I was like, okay, these are the ones on the bridge, right? Because I got the email from Team Quixel. But it specifically says mega scans. So it's not the... I don't think you have to get them on bridge. It just says mega scans will be available for purchase exclusively on Fab. You won't get new additions to the mega scans library from Quixel.com or bridge. So which one is it? Is everything that's on bridge on the marketplace, or is it the marketplace ones, not the bridge? Someone is saying both. Yeah, maybe I bet somebody has a guide on how to make sure that you have everything. Gotta be something like that, right? And before free shit stays free. It's weird that they're doing that. Like, Epic owns Quixel. They make more than enough money from Fortnite. Why are they charging for all this content when they said that it would be free? Someone has already made a script. Can you share that script? Script to add all items from Quixel. You have to log into your Quixel account. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do this at home today. Total of 18,874 items. Oh, I bet their endpoint loves this script. Yeah, it even says their API is adding too fast and it rate limits you. Alright, this should be easy. Somebody try this and tell me if the script works. That'll be pretty nice. It's selected index. We should just be able to do selected index directly. The reason I can't do selected item is just because I'm pushing it to enum. That's fine. So we'll do snapshot settings. Okay, this will work. Thing. Hotbar visibility mode. This is for applying options. We really just want to. We don't really need to do anything with that because we're going to be grabbing these settings directly. Only thing we'll want to do is set the settings. Hotbar combo mode. Set selected index. Enum to byte. You're gonna test it? Okay, tell me how it goes. And then I'll mess with it later today. Just enter credit card details. Okay, let's see. Immersive. Go. Shouldn't be saving that. Why is that not saving? That's weird. Shouldn't be. That's weird. It's something Bork that we didn't notice with our settings, where if you close it without applying changes, we don't save that. Oh, well, we shouldn't save it, but are we saving it when we shouldn't be? I guess is my question. That's working. I think these save without... You know, that's working too. Huh. It can get easily overloaded. I wonder if there you could limit it. They should have done that in preparation. I don't know why Megascans is now going paid when Epic bought it, said it was going to be free for all Epic owners, and now they're reversing it. I really don't understand why they're doing that. They have more than enough money from Fortnite. Why are they getting greedy like this? Okay, so you can still grab it until the end of 2024 for free. Okay, I see. So you have some time. Maybe Fortnite isn't making as much. I don't know. I think Fortnite's making more than we think it is. Why is it bitching about set selected index? Why are you doing this, Unreal? Is it snapshotting wrong or something? I will make it as clear as possible. It's like it's not properly telling the drop down to work here. If I apply, it works. If I don't apply, being a dick. Where's my tick? Where's my debug tick? Debug tick. What the bar visibility? Save. That should be updated. It's being saved. I don't know. We're gonna see right now. It's like it's snapshotting it before it's. But I specifically made it to not do that. Unless I was distracted and I put it before. Oh wait. There we go. No, that's only for preset. That shouldn't matter. We snapshot settings at the beginning and ending, so that if you close, we revert back to. If you close without saving, we revert back to the snapshotted settings. That's how it works, as it should work. Maybe we do have to put in apply option. Yeah, but we. Hold on. Let me see what runs. I might have put it in the wrong function. Options. I have that open. Why am I checking here? Not here. Escape menu. Menu for escapage. We run set values. Yeah, no, that's correct. And then we set selected index to the one from the snapshotted settings. And then at the end of this, we snapshot the settings. As a safety net. Does it do this with the other drop downs? Is it maybe something with all drop down menus? Because it wasn't happening with sliders, it wasn't happening with. Well, it wasn't happening with these drop downs. Look, if I set this to low, I close without applying, I come back, it's fine. What do I do with that drop down menu that I apparently forgot to do with the rest? We have tons of combo boxes. They all work the same. Has setting changed? Yes, we use that to determine if the apply button should be enabled. Then we run set values. This doesn't matter. What matters is that when we open up values, for some reason, it's immersive and always visible, 0 and 1. Yeah, because immersive is default, always visible is number 1. Immersive is index 0, always visible is index 1. And then we snapshot the settings. We grab the combo box, get the selected index. Option 0 is immersive, option 1 is always visible. So what is malfunctioning? Who's doing some BS without my approval? Alright, let's try this. Preont. No, please don't preont. I need a print. Don't print a log, that's annoying. We'll see if it happens when I close the settings button or something. I don't know. It's non-immersive, that's what we want. It should not update here. You know, it's still immersive. Changing there, wait, what? Probably because when we're snapshotting the settings, we're grabbing the value directly rather than using what was there beforehand. But that's how we do it for all of it. No, because when we close without applying, we should be snapshotting settings. Right? When we press close, flows don't apply. We still run apply options. Oh, I see. We still need to put it here. I remember now. I remember. Don't question it. I remember. Can I just 2 byte? The funny thing is, if you go back through all the days that I've had to mess with options, I guarantee every single one of those days I've had this exact same thing happen. It's fixed. That was it. Problem solved. Alright, now the player can switch between those. That's good. That's what we want. Always visible is easy. We just don't ever... I mean, I guess we could call the... Yeah, we could probably call the hotbar and just tell it to be visible. If it's set to always visible. It's only if it's an immersive mode that we need to do some checks. If it's always visible, there's not really anything we need to do apart from hide it during, like when we're in the alchemy table. Because I think right now it would be visible in the alchemy table, right? We don't want it to be visible there. Yeah. So don't worry, we can fix that. We'll put that in the alchemy table. Here, what we want instead is to... We could have it bound to an event that checks that boolean. Hey, Midrong. Up early. It's 12:30. It's in the afternoon for me. How you doing today? Yeah, it's like 5 a.m. I'm in Poland. I'm in Europe. Where are you at? Yeah, I skip lunch. I eat breakfast. Hey, Midwest. Midwest brother. I'm from Wisconsin. I'm trying to think of how I want this to appear, because if we hide it, like I can make it always visible right now. The player can't get to the options menu from the alchemy table anyway. They'd have to leave, so we can force it to be visible. I guess we could, fuck it. Just use an interface, it's the same thing. Only one widget on the screen with this. In either case, it's only gonna grab one. I wanna set up an interface for that. Waste my time. Is it interfaces, even though they're super useful? I mean, they're great. They're super great. Don't get me wrong. It's just in there are a lot of cases with my UI where I know I only have one of these on the screen. I never add it, I never remove it. It's either just visible or invisible. So I just grab that. And then I can call things directly from there. So it's like, in this case, it's not useful for me to do an interface, but there are other times where it's very useful to do interfaces. Or for instance, checking if an actor implements an interface is a great one. To make a dedicated subsystem, that would require me to jump into C++, which would waste a lot of my time and your time. I promise you, you don't want me doing that for a prototype. You're just joking, okay. If we need a subsystem, I can always get my one of our coders to do it. But for this, I don't need it. There will be cases where we will have that though. Yeah, the compile time, there'd be that. If it's immersively visible, would we even want to do anything? I'm unsure. Yeah, the seconds adding, I mean, that's exactly why, for instance, we made that new spawn point. It's just because the amount of time that it takes to wait for me to test if dialogue is working, it just wastes too much time. And we know that we're gonna need, that's one of our known unknowns at this point, is that we're gonna need to add some good debug tools for dialogue. Very, very good debug tools for when we get QA on this. The good thing is with our zero bug policy, I have pretty high hopes that we can maintain a clean, efficient backlog for bugs. Yeah, all our prototypes. Does the core loop work? What does it look like? How does it play? What are we going to need to do for development? Anything else is a waste of time and energy. Live coding is the most bug-inducing thing you can do to your that's 100% true, Marius. I did not expect that making this game live would restrict my brain capacity as much as it does. And for certain things, it is nearly impossible to do it on screen for you guys. Sadly. Like, writing dialogue is just... It's very slow, and it's much more slow when I'm doing it with you guys. A zero bug policy means you just don't consent to bugs and they magically go away. It's a bit of a... The name of it sucks. As I thought the same... Whenever you hear the name zero bug policy, if you don't know what it means, it sounds really retarded for game dev. What it means is that you prioritize fixing bugs over making new features. So you make new feature, you immediately jump into testing as a team, you fix the bugs related to it, and you then move on to the next feature. And that if a new bug is added, like we're going to be doing it with Kanban, a Kanban board, so if a new bug gets added, we prioritize that. Always higher priority than feature. And there's a ton of benefits for doing this. It does make feature implementation a bit slower, but it also means that the code base is extremely stable when it comes time to make a new feature. That's one of them. Kanban is one type of methodology for having a task board. And I guess I could explain it really simply by saying that it restricts the amount of work being done at any time. You're only allowed to have so many things in your swim lane at one time, in your columns, so that you don't have this massive ever-growing thing of things that need to be done. It's very minimal, very scoped, and it kind of keeps things a bit more efficient. That's a bad way of describing it, but that's my way of describing it. Forever, it is kind of, but you can still have sprints with Kanban. You could still do them. You could combine them, but generally you're right. There isn't this sprint. You could still say, okay, we finished with this feature. That is the end of our sprint. Now let's do a retrospective and, make modifications or see what we did right or wrong. This is a little bit messy. I'm not really a fan of doing this hidden and visible, but for now it should kind of work. When jumping over to the alchemy table, we'll need to do something with this. Watch that still be there in release. This is not the project that we'll be using for release. I'll reiterate that when we start working on Cauldron Chronicles Vertical Slice, we go up into launch Unreal Engine 5, we make a new project, we call that Cauldron Chronicles, not Cauldron Proto, and we start from scratch. We can copy over some of the stuff that's still good, or we can convert that to C++ with the proper code architecture. Otherwise, it's just here. It's just as like a memory. Oh, here's how we did this. Here's how it felt. What does it say in the GDD? Do we want it to work like that? Do we want it to be different? And that's kind of how we do it. Update widget interaction. Alchemy HUD. Hide the crosshair. Yep. Just make it longer. Make the nodes longer. Fuck it. To look at your vision for the potion combat, I've always wanted to have an alchemy profession that adds some skills to the player to throw potions at allies and enemies. Vision. I envision that our sandbox potion system, because you can make any potions you want, you can then use those potions in any way that you want. If you want to drink a poison that you made, I mean, I guess go for it. If you want to throw that poison at something, go for it, and we can determine if the thing that you've hit will have some sort of effect with that, whether it's an enemy, a plant, a creature, whatever. So it's mainly, I guess a good example would be like Noita, right? Although less hardcore, you know, less in depth, because our market is more casual than Noita. Something I think that is more akin to like Genshin's interaction with different effects. So rather than creating a potion of healing, you're creating a potion with the healing effect on it. If you want to then throw healing and immolate on that, then the enemy that you throw this at or whatever, if you drink it yourself, is going to be set on fire but also healed. So, you know, what are you doing, really? But you can do it. And then there might be there's going to be environmental puzzles, some platforming stuff, where you might need to use effects from potions to solve those puzzles or to platform. For instance, one thing that we are going to use as the prototype example is the tree. Right now you make a potion to give to the tree. What's the actual intention is that you then throw a potion at that tree to heal it. And then when you heal it, you'll have, you know, those ingredients pop up, right? Like right now, if you heal it, you get those 4 ingredients that appear around the ground. Okay, I don't know what I did. Preparing what did I do? Preparing shaders. Don't prepare shaders. What happened? Don't do that. Or down here where you have these vines, the intention here is that you throw a potion with the immolate effect on it, so it sets the vines on fire and burns them down. So we already kind of have some of the stuff set up to that we wanted, and right now you just kind of have to solve them in non-potion throwy ways, but the intention is that you throw potions. Need an explosive or shockwave potion that I can use to jump higher. We will have something like that, yeah. Hope you add joke potions. We won't have too many joke effects, mainly because we want them to be useful, and we would also want those effects to have some use in the narrative. And if we have joke effects, then we need the narrative system to respond to that, which adds more writing work. So there is a trade-off here of, okay, we can have 100 effects, but then we also need to have a shit ton of things for the narrative system to reply to that. Stinky fart potion. We'll see what we can do. It's going to come down to a combination of how much leg room do we have with effects, and what can we do with the narrative system, and all that's going to come down to budget. And right now, you know, we're asking for about 3 million from a publisher over the course of 3 years, 3 to 4 million. That's already really hard right now. So the better we can make the game, the more likely we are to get that money. Even some mislabeled potion. I mean, you can just give up any potion you want to an NPC. I know for you, True Nightmare Gaming, you saw that Spoon reacted to the fact that you put a paralysis effect on the potion he wanted. You know, sometimes those effects might result in just dialogue lines. Sometimes they may result in completely different encounter outcomes. For instance, he asks for a potion to interrogate the bandit leader. If you put damage health on that potion, the bandit leader dies, and then that leads you down an entirely different pathway. Those people who make games that are finding it hard to get $500,000. If the game can't return $500,000, you're not going to get $500,000. I mean, there's that. And unfortunately, if you're asking for a game that needs 3 to 4 million, the PPU not only needs to be pretty high, like $30, $40 at minimum, but you also need to have sold that many units. And if you're making a game that needs $3 to $4 million, I hate to say it, that game needs to look good, because a lot of people purchase with their eyes. And I'm hoping that the publisher can kind of see that, hey, we're looking to make something of general visual interest. So yeah, we need to have that ROI. We need to have probably a $30 to $40 PPU, especially if we go with voice acting. And we're going to be looking to sell at least 1 million over lifetime. Tiny Build is on our list. I was supposed to meet with Tiny Build at a conference this year, but the guy was too busy, so I'm going to see if I can meet up with him next year when we have more to show. But Tiny Build is on the radar. Annapurna was on the radar. Not anymore. I don't think Annapurna is gonna be available for us. Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens. Maybe something will change. But we're going to be doing the big publisher push next year. This year was just a small push, and what we learned from the small push is that publishers seem to be very interested in our game. We need to be speaking to publishers that are outside of Poland if we want the money that we're looking for. And for me, I'd like to have a little bit more done to show them, which is why we're going to try to finish up the first playable this year. And now USBs. One thing I can say is the publishers really liked is that we were showing off the trailer that was entirely gameplay, and they seemed to really appreciate that we weren't trying to nickel and dime them, you know. Heard of Big Head Mode? I've heard of the cheating games. Hey Nano Rasmus, how you doing? Hello, hello. I'm just excited this year. Probably near the end of the year, we can start adding in all these little gameplay features like farming, fishing, you know, a bunch more puzzles. New publisher. You know what? Hold on. I know of one publisher made by YouTubers. But I don't know if it's this one. I'd have to check at home. There is Mad Mushroom, that's by OTK. But there's a different one. I know there's one that Donkey made, and they published Animal Well. It might have been that one. I forget what the name of his studio was called, though. But they're probably not looking for a game like... Unfortunately for ours, we need to look for a publisher that publishes, like, AA games. As indie publishers, yeah, they can swing their dick around for 50,000, 500,000, not a big deal. When you start saying, hey, we're going to be looking for 3 to 4 million over the course of 3 years, it's not really something that the indie publishers have in them. That's not a risk that they can take safely. And especially Polish publishers, unfortunately. They usually don't have that kind of money. Go big or go home. When the Euro Millions have become your publisher. That would be nice. £46 million on Friday, Jesus. There isn't much off the top. It's not hard to get money from publishers, except that you have to convince them that they'll get their money back. They're willing to... Look, if a publisher has the money, they're willing to give it if they know that they're going to get that money back. And you have to convince them that they're going to get their money back. And the problem is, if you go to them with like some bullshit white box level, which used to work, it doesn't really work anymore. They're not really going to have any proof that you can make the game unless you have pedigree, right? If you go to them and you say, look, I'm the lead developer of... I was the lead developer of Insert Amazing Game here. And we have this team ready to go that have made Insert Amazing Games here. Okay, you might have a little bit leg up. If you are a company that has said, oh, well, we've already made 3 games before and they're already on Steam. Here's what they are. Oh, 80%, 90%, 75% positive. Okay, here's your money. But if you are a completely new developer, like Microraptor Games, we're a completely new studio. I have some pedigree behind me. I can say I've worked on these games in this capacity. But if I can't prove to them that I know how to make a game, or that if they give me money that we can finish it, they're not going to give me any money. Even getting money for Vertical Slice at that point is still going to be a challenge, although a little bit easier than asking for 3 to 4 million. So my thought is, okay, I could white box Cauldron Chronicles, sure. Or I could try and make it look somewhat visually appealing, so that when I come to them, they'll think, well, if one guy can do all this, and it's not that great, right? This is not that high quality. I'm hoping that they can at least think a little bit more trusting that, okay, if we give this guy money, he can put a team together and get this made into something full. And the better job we do with that, and the better GDD I can hand to them, we're golden. It's about who would be the best to ask to give feedback on my game and plans for updates, and then remember your GDD streams. So my question is, would you be willing to test and give feedback on my game and my update plans? Absolutely. On or off stream doesn't matter to me. I could do either. Not to mention that since you probably won't want to do it on stream. I could do either of them on stream. But let's talk about it off stream on like Discord or something, so that I can plan for it and think of how I want to approach it. I don't mind doing game tests on stream for people, or doing GDD reviews. I've had to write a lot of game design documents in my time, and I can review them if need be. I love this, but can we add loot boxes? I can promise one thing. I will not ever sign a publishing deal for Cauldron Chronicles if that publisher and our deal does not align with our values. If they say, well, this would be great, but we're going to want some live service elements or some loot boxes or whatever, that publishing deal, no matter how good it is, does not get signed. Fuck off. I don't need it. I'd like to see an actual GDD. Also far have been mine or university students. I can't show you ones for games that I don't have the ability to show you. Like, I don't own it. I can show you my work in progress. One for prototype Cauldron Chronicles. And this is available on our website, by the way, too. So if you want to like look at it into more detail, I last updated this in May. And I'm not going to update it again until probably for a while. But we have it all here. And there's a lot of stuff that's still missing, right? Like, how does any of this shit work? I know that I'll need to talk about it. We're not going to talk about it yet. Because it's a living document, right? But for sure, I put expanded one-sheet information there. So things like the summary, art style, audience, genre, whatever, gameplay loop, pillars. All the important stuff is right there at the start. Inspiration. And we will be updating this, but probably not until I need to. Right now, I can get away with not having to do it. But if I were working full-time as a designer, I would be updating this on the fly. Want to make sure the contract mentions you having the final say in features. I will be very, very careful. I will run the contract through multiple friends and colleagues that have experience signing contracts to make sure that I'm not getting fucked over. Like, it's not going to be, here's the contract, and I sign it in front of them, and then it's handed back. It's going to be, I'm going to sit on this, I'm going to talk to people, and then I will let you know. The good thing is publishers should already know that there are going to be things that we don't agree to. Because I put it in, wait, is it here? I don't put that here. Where did I put that? It's in the company pitch deck. But I don't think I have that on here. I may not have that here. I may have that privately. Wait. Yeah, I don't have it with me right now. But I do put publishing requirements that we you know, we're going to retain the IP. We want to have control over our social media. So things like Discord and Twitter is not owned by, it's not run or owned by the publisher, so that when we want something said, it goes through us. And that we continue to be allowed to stream the game's development throughout production. Although we are willing to say certain things aren't going to be streamed. So things like that are secret, right? Or things that, like later acts of character storylines that we want to keep secret because that's part of the enjoyment, is figuring that out for yourself and not having it spoiled. Yeah, there's no reason to get publisher IP, I agree. I'm willing also to give first publishing rights to sequels to a publisher. That way, if we like the publisher, we can say, okay, let's keep working together. Or if we don't, we can say, hey, give us $100 million for the sequel. Oh, you don't want to? Guess we're gonna have to go to a different publisher. Oopsies. Okay, it's at least not visible then. The caveat is that we need to double check which hotbar mode we have. Because if I go to the table right now and I close, it's going to become visible. We either do it that way or we tie visibility to some binding in the hotbar. Both could work. Oh, we can't tie primary visibility of the widget itself, but we could rename the canvas panel and hide the visibility that way with a binding. How do I want to handle this? We're probably gonna have to refactor when we start adding in the actual combat. I know it. Did you message just give me DMs? Perfect. Just if I don't get back to you immediately, like within a day or two, or before by the weekend, if I don't get back to you before then, yell at me. Like you're not gonna be pissing me off by saying, "Hey, have you seen this yet?" Because in a lot of cases, it's like, "Oh shit, I forgot." And I do that on LinkedIn. I do that with emails. I tend to do like work week. I just focus on working. On weekend, I get to some of the emails and stuff. God, it's spam constantly. Yeah, I feel bad, but sometimes I just forget. I have a lot on my mind, and yeah, it is what it is. Select visibility based on that thing. Okay, if we are on immersive mode, set it to hidden, otherwise make it visible. Trigger hotbar height. Bind to animation finished. I'm gonna have to do that on construct. I imagine that handling delegates in C++ is way easier. It's not. As I hate it in blueprints because it's like I have to have this red fucking wire going all the way over here. And I can't really optimize its efficiency. Noxious. I think there is a better way to do it though. Create a function? I probably could. Yeah. But I can't put a delay in a function, so. Yeah, fucking latency. I mean, this shouldn't be the way that I'm doing it anyway. Do I want to trigger to... Do I want to bind... No, I don't want to bind this to animation finished. I want to bind it to animation started. Just a prototype. Let the spaghetti flow. What do we say in Poland? Jebacz. That's what we say. That means fuck it. So what's a potion combat? It's a good question. So you know the potions you make on the alchemy table, right? Or maybe you don't. You can say no, I don't, if you don't. It's kind of a sandbox system, right? So you can make any potions you want, combine any ingredients, no problem. Only caveat is that you can't combine ingredients of the same type, which I know True Nightmare Gaming you found out in the when you were playing, right? You can use those potions in anywhere that you want. So because our character, your character, you, in the game, are not a fighter, you're not a wizard, you are an alchemist. You can't use a sword and shield, you can't use a bow or spells, but you can make potions. And so your way of doing combat in the world and fighting skeletons or whatever we have in the game is by throwing potions at them that do different effects. So this is your toolkit, right? Is your alchemy system, and then your sandbox is this open world. You don't like cute little piggy? You want bacon? You want the flower he has on his head? Kill him with a potion. The effects that we will have, at least to start with, are the following. Let me pull them up. I can run you through the effects real quick. Potion of baconing. And these are just the kind of our first list of effects that we'd like to have. So we have, I've kind of combined them into sections here. So we have restore health, stamina, and mana. Invisibility, fortify, resist magic, water breathing, like a light. Lightness, which is about your weight. Strength boost, and night vision. More like damaging effects like concussive blast, immolation, and poison. Negative status effects like weakness, paralyze, frenzy, silence, and fear. And then some additional utility like cure disease and cure poison. And then corruption. Is there a basic attack? So strength boost, if you drink it yourself, because you can drink these potions too, will increase the distance at which you can throw potions. And the damaging effects are concussive blast, immolation, and poison. But we might have more. This is just the first iteration of what we're gonna have. You're not good at aiming. Don't worry, it's a pretty casual game, so it's not gonna be like that crazy. Came with a nifty game idea. Thank you. Yeah, I know that when I was thinking of this idea, I was originally going to have combat with like sword and shield or something, but no, let's have it be potions. Let's really make you feel like an alchemist, so that when you're making a potion, it's like, do I want to drink this potion myself? Am I going to throw it at an enemy, or am I going to do something else with it? Maybe you cause, paralyze and immolation on a potion. And now you freeze an enemy in place and they're on fire and GG. I will say Cauldron Chronicles is not a shopkeeping game. Your goal is not to keep track of your shop like a I don't know. Give me some shopkeeping games. I know there's Shopkeep. Oh my god, don't click on that. Do they have a tag for it? For like shopkeeping? Shopkeeping does suck. Give me some other ones. Our game is more of an immersive simulator, if anything. Can you make us take 8 ingredients so that you get a small effect of that? Yes. That is one of the intentions. That is one of the ways that you can discover effects on ingredients. Oh yeah, of course, Potionomics, right? There's also Potion Craft too. So Potionomics, this is a shopkeeping game. Potion Craft is a shopkeeping game. Which is why I didn't want to make a shopkeeping game. Tavern Manager Sim, yep. Shop Titans, yep, I played that one. So instead, what you are, if you can think of it this way. Any of you know Game of Thrones, Song of Ice and Fire? You know Westeros? You guys do, right? You're smart. Think of like the King's Road that cuts through Westeros, right? You have this long ass road. You have some cities up here, city over here, whatever. City down here. Imagine that you are on this massive road, this road that takes months to travel because it's so large. And your hut sits in a forest, or by a forest, right here. Let me use a different color. Your hut. So you aren't close to any settlements. There's no way in hell that in Cauldron Chronicles you'll be able to travel to one of these big cities. But you do have a lot of adventurers that occasionally come by and they're seeking things. You may see them multiple times, you may not. And you are this stopping point, this service point for them. Of hey, I'm on my way to go to this city to do this thing, or I'm on my way to go to this dungeon to do this thing. And every maybe 30 to 60 minutes or so of playing the game, you will have an NPC arrive to your shop. That's just an estimation. So you're not keeping a shop, you are a specialist that occasionally sees visitors that want something specific to handle some specific problem. So you need to talk to them and say, okay, well, you're going to a dungeon. Well, which dungeon? Oh, it's this dungeon called the Forsaken Catacombs. And it's like, okay, well, I talked to a previous adventurer that was talking about that, and he said that there were undead in there. So I can make you this potion that protects against undead, you know? Or there's a necromancer in there. I can make you a potion of resist magic too. You know, talk to them, learn about them, and see if you can assist them specifically in their specific needs. What you're telling me is that I am a hag, exactly. You can be a hag of potions. Yeah, exactly. But I agree that like some of these loops of these shopkeeping games are kind of they don't really dive into this element of hey, you're managing a shop and giving potions to people, but how do your potions actually affect the world? Chef RPG can play a chef, I think, same way where you can do like combat and eat own food. You can do combat with your food. Now there is an idea. Alright, so we'll hide it. When do we want to show it when the player has selected a potion. Bind to animation started. But we kind of want to play trigger hotbar hiding if the player just selects one of those actions. Shopkeeping games aren't deep enough. I agree. And it's not that I don't like shopkeeping games. I just think that shopkeeping games are management games. They're not immersive sims or RPGs as much. And I think Cauldron Chronicles, as I define it, is more of an immersive sim RPG rather than a shopkeeping game. Yes, you run an alchemy hut, but that's only part of what you do. it's fun to set prices, but what if it wasn't about setting prices? What if it wasn't about you have customers? What if it is you have a client? If I go to a tailor in the city, right? Or if I find somebody who works on making shoes, or like somebody who makes violins, for instance. I mean, if we want to get really specific, I don't order a violin. I go into that shop who probably only sees a few customers a week maximum, and I specifically tell them what I'm looking for, and they handcraft it according to my needs and desires. And that's more like what you are. You are a specialist, not a shopkeeper. Is that do you think that's a better way of defining it for players? It sounds better to me. Hey, Bubby Bite. Hello, hello. Hello. What are you doing? Trigger, hotbar hiding. This game will show more what you mean with more environment puzzles. The prototype is lacking. Yeah, it's like our prototype is just right now the core loop, essentially. And that's good, right? That's what you want to test. But we need those tertiary systems to give a better sense of how the game, what's the word I'm looking for? God damn it. My brain on stream is horrible. Pacing. The pacing. Fuck me, the pacing of the game. And also how it feels to go through the loop from NPC visit to NPC visit. Like, hey, you talk to one. Now just fuck off. Go into the world. Do some puzzles. Get some more ingredients. Explore. Things like that. I think focusing on social interactions, how they affect the world, is a nice thing. Yeah, and that's exactly why that's one of our core loops. I can pull up our document again. Not core loops, pillars. Obviously our alchemy system, but storytelling is that one, is where we want to make sure that that's what our game really sells best. Is this is an RPG game. You're meant to learn about these NPCs, but you can make whatever decision that you want with them. If you don't like one, if you think a spoon looks ugly, get him killed. It's not my job to say if that's a good or a bad thing. That is your decision. This is your world, your story. And if you want to be evil, go for it. If you want to be really racist or something and only help humans, I don't have a problem with that. I could care less. There was, what are you doing? Then I lost internet. So apparently what am I? I'm doing is losing internet. Besides that, today have just been negotiations. What are you working on today? I am working on our hotbar heavily today. Fixing up some of the things that I had made mistake with from the previous 2 days. And just generally making it so that we have this immersive mode and always visible mode for the hotbar. And then I think today I can also have you throwing potions from the hotbar, and they'll leave your inventory. But I need to be careful with that. We'll see. Trigger hop. I mean that's gonna trigger the 5-second delay, which is re-triggerable, but only if we're in immersive mode, and that we need to make sure that is set up here. We need to... I think it's like, you know, it's like if you guys have played Baldur's Gate, you played RPG games where you can make decisions. It's hard to appreciate the decisions that you can make and how they affect the world until you see how it affected somebody else's world. At least that's how I feel. You know, it's like, okay, well, I don't know what the game reacts to, because it's only reacting to my choices. And so I don't get a good view of how many different pathways I could have gone. Girlfriends will not make a decision in Baldur's Gate 3 or Witcher 3 without knowing exactly what will happen. What I can say is that I 100% will support save scumming. It is your game. It is a single player game. If you want to save scum because you want to have that perfect outcome, I have no problem with that. It may not be the way that I recommend playing, but I have no problem. I probably play the same way. I'm not going to be one of those sticklers with, yeah, we didn't put a, we autosave after choices so that you get fucked by your choices and you have to live by the consequences. Yeah, if you want to do that, fine. But if you don't want to do that, why would I stop you? The only thing not putting that in the game would do is fill up our forums with complaints for people who want it that way. And I'm not saying you have to bend over backwards and get yourself ass plowed for every single complaint that a customer has. But when it comes to the fact that people want to create that perfect, they want to have that perfect story. That's why they are playing the game, is to make sure that they work hard and get that outcome. The investment to reload the game and to go through all of that again is punishment enough. You don't need to punish it further by saying, live with your choices. What you say to a dev who strictly does not allow that kind of stuff? It's your choice. It is your game. And in some cases, your market may ask for that. All I know is Cauldron Chronicles is going for a casual to mid-core audience. And a casual to mid-core audience probably doesn't by default want that hardcore mode on. But we could make it. I mean, that's easy. It's just, do we allow manually saving? Yes or no? Okay, I'll make it into a Boolean, right? We can still have auto saves, but we'll just limit it to one save slot, so it forces you to overwrite your save. But when we do that, we also have to make sure that our game is very stable and makes backups. Because if you do that and your game isn't stable and crashes a lot or corrupts saves, you may as well have just deleted your player's game save, right? Subject choice is just another way of saying own your mistakes. I agree. I'm wanting to roll more with the punches type vibe. I don't think there's anything wrong. It's not that there's one good way to design a game. It's just that you have a market, know what your market wants, and if your market doesn't want that type of hardcore, don't add it. If you think that you'll have this split between people who want that and don't want that, make it an option. If you think that your market will only want that hardcore option, do that. Or if you're going to say this is your game, you're going to design it in the way that you want, force it. I worked in a Darkest Dungeon. That didn't have manual saving. But you know what I did? I made a script that backed up your saves and that you could restore them for players who wanted that. It is what it is. This is just like it's your game. Play it the way you want. When will you add the Bubby Easter egg into the game? What do you want as an Easter egg, Bubby Bite? Game is procedural RPG and colony sim and roguelike. Procedural RPG colonies. I think you'll have a pretty good split, Midron. Just hearing that from your game, I think you'll have a pretty good split between players who want it and don't want it. So just make it an option. Is my hot take. You want to sign this as Bubby was here. Is that good? You might even be able to see it from certain. You can, yeah. That's fucking funny. You could probably go here and then set your FOV to like 10 and you could probably read it. I love it. I know we have a couple too. We have one on here. Where was it? It's for Sad Unicorn Kitty. And we have the heart for Twitch chat. In the desert. Good stuff. Someone already used that? Yeah, somebody already did that. Unoriginal Bubby Bite. You know, I think I say a lot about game design is that there's no bad way to design a game. The bad way to design a game is the one in which your customers think is not enjoyable. And a game designer's job is to predict what those customers will think is fun and not fun. And then it's the designer's job again to find that compromise before or after release to fix up those things or to say, no, this is part of our core vision. So, I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and say, hey, doing this is bad, doing this is good. I don't think any designer who says stuff like that is stupid, if you ask me. You could have a designer that says, hey, not fixing bugs in your game, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Oh, really? Is 52,000 positive reviews at 90% positive stupid? Anything can work if you know how to sell it. I love how the it's like all their screenshots are just bugs. Yeah, this is how they sell the game, is that this game is bugs. So smart. We do run Switch info panel. I could shove it in here. This is a really kind of stupid place to put this, but I could do it here. But I've already committed to this, and I've said I'll refactor it when we need to refactor it. First sign is at a rock that is called the Rock of Bubby Bite, an ancient rock from a prehistoric sculpture. The Rock of Bubby Bite. Well, the player can't get up there. But I could do something. I don't think I have any unused rock. Maybe I do have an unused rock. Let me see. Rock static mesh. Some of these are still building shaders, so I can't really see what they look like. Okay, I know what we can do. I know what we can do. Blueprints. I don't know what I call it. Object with tooltip. Not building navigation. All right, let's see what rock do we want here for the mesh. Stone small 3. You like this stone, Bubby Bite? Is this your stone? Or do you want a different stone? You like that rock? Okay, this is your rock. I don't think I use this rock anywhere else in the game, just so you know. Let's move the collision. Okay, you wanted to say the rock of Bubby Bite, an ancient rock from a prehistoric sculpture. Prehistoric one word? I think prehistoric is one word. I don't know if it's hyphenated. We'll increase our repo size by another 100 megabytes thanks to this rock, so you better appreciate it. Ignore the sounds. I'm force spawning down here. Oh, you know what? We'll use the second text box for that other part. Hold on. We're at this size. The Rock of Bubby Bites. I'm going to capitalize it too because it is a named official object in the world. There you go. This is your rock. Why? Why is that visible on the screen for so long? What bug exists in my interaction that is allowed? Sign be gone. Does it do that with everything? What the hell? What the fuck? Fuck is pay respect? Implementing that, I just found a bug. Why is that there? It's so weird. Oh, because it's a valid object. Don't I have to do that? I bet if you go back to one of our first streams where I implemented this, I had it like this. And then I removed it because it probably caused some other bug. Yeah, Bubby Bite, you are actually the best debugger. You are more like Buggy Bite. Well, I fixed that bug. Okay. I could make your rock do something when you interact with it too, if you want. Make it into its own blueprint though, or something. That'll be a different stream. This was enough satisfaction for you for today. You're gonna need to donate another $100 to the stream to get interaction with your in-game Easter egg. Can remove the Bubby was here sign? Okay. I will do that. That'll help performance in this area. Okay, we can close that for the moment. I know that when switching, it'll widget to toggle trigger hotbar hiding. We need to trigger it becoming visible first. And we need to do that before we do this check. If I ever visit Poland, I will let you know and deliver a rock in person as a thank you. Thank you for the rock. I think if we trigger this delay though and then we open up the inventory, it's going to end up disappearing. Yeah. We can fix that. That's no big deal. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. We can fix that. We add the hotbar before we add the inventory, right? Rarest collector. Maybe we'll, I don't know. We'll, I don't know. I don't know what I was gonna say. Fuck what I was gonna say. I have nothing worth saying anyway. Yeah, we add the inventory before we add the hotbar. Okay, so we can make an inventory reference in the hotbar. Wait, why am I doing that? Oh, just to check if it's visible. Wait. After the delay is completed, is visible. It's true we don't want to hide it. That one check will prevent it. We also want to hide the hotbar. By default, it needs to be hidden. Not here. I'm stupid. In the game HUD. Why are you still visible? Stop it. What are you doing? Why do you do this? I will force it. Because we all know that when something or someone isn't doing what you want, force is the only answer. Force and violence. This is so stupid. I should have made a function. Well, we know we have to refactor this, so whatever. I don't really care. The faster we can get this working and reasonable, the faster we can test potion combat and if it's something we actually want for this game. Because it will take us a considerable amount of time to implement in a way that gives us a good understanding of whether or not this will be good for our game or bad for it. That is the, that is backwards. You're fluent in C++ and blueprints. I wonder what is the fastest language to make a game in. Sometimes it is faster to make the game in a completely different engine, or faster to prototype. There are a lot of studios that will prototype in something like Game Maker, Unreal, because it's just faster to get to that point to see if a game is good or not. Yeah, I think Blueprints is 100% the fastest. It's not always going to be the most organized or efficient, but you can have working game if you know what you're doing with Blueprints, you can have, depending on the game's complexity, working game prototypes in one day. Especially if you have some plugins that you can pull in to assist with more tedious aspects. I mean, having this much in 131 days of development is, in my opinion, quite impressive, even considering how much headache and walls we've hit, like getting the water to look good and work right, or I don't know, other things that frustrate us. And I don't know exactly what I'm doing all the time. I'm by far not the fastest Blueprint developer out there. Once I've templated so many things, they're helpers and utils for literally everything. Entire gameplay systems can be referenced freely from any blueprint. Yeah, true. And don't need that compile time or dependencies. Blueprint's faster if we're talking about Unreal, but Unreal is not the engine you should choose if you're looking for fastest development. It's huge, complex, most powerful one, but it's for the long run. Yep. Yeah, I think if you're making your prototype, choose whatever is going to get you to that point where you'll know the fastest. And sometimes that is making a tabletop game. Sometimes that is the best way to prototype it. Or making a card game, or working in Game Maker, or maybe working in Twine, or whatever. In Fortnite's UEFN, or in Roblox, Minecraft. Sometimes these are the better options for seeing if your game idea is good or not. I probably have enough time that I can make it so clicking to throw will throw based on your selected hotbar. It's selected hotbar index. There's no time where one won't be selected, but we'll still return 0 just to be safe. Have some sort of fallback. That's input, I'm stupid. Is selected, return Y index. Where do we handle throwing? Probably in the first person character, right? Somewhere here. Footsteps, I missed that. Jump input. Zoom up. Throw potion. Let's predict throw. Yeah, right now we just spawn the ball. We want to put in get selected hotbar index. Check if potion is in hotbar. Not that one. It was get hotbar slot. You'd think we'd have a better one for just get potion in hotbar slot. I really don't have one for that? I mean, I guess I can do whatever. Like we get the potion index, but why don't we just return the whatever? Fuck it. The problem is that won't return. If that's -1, I don't think we had anything for that. Yeah, -1 is just not going to return anything. So if potion index is equal to -1, we just want to return like a boolean. We'll do not equal so that it that true just goes straight forward. What you guys want to do is greater than -1. Why don't you do greater than -1? I know, you're right. That way if it ever becomes -2, somehow. Update hotbar. Get selected hotbar index. I think that will actually function. What class is this? Yeah, we actually have a class 4 Throne Potion. We could pass through... Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Pass through the potion data to that. We're actually really close to being able to throw that, have it leave the inventory, and then we can use that to test when it hits something that it can break if it did what it needed to do. We're very close to it. We're not there yet, but we're close. And if it isn't done today, well, it won't be done tomorrow, because tomorrow we're working on decimation. Maybe. I need to know if the people that are that are supposed to work on that game are still committed to working on it. Otherwise, I feel like I'm just wasting time that I could be spending working on this. Those who know, know. Those who don't know, don't think about it. I don't know if it will properly leave the inventory, though. I'm a little... But we'll see. It says it'll update the hotbar. It should update the hotbar visuals. Oops. I really don't like that appearing over it. Test potion. It's still in here. I think it's because we don't want to update the hotbar. We want to... It's not the one to call here. It's update potion inventory. Something potion inventory. It's called something. It's in the game instance. That's yeah, because I put it in the fucking game instance. Hold on. I really need to move that. Game instance. No, not that one. That one. Stupid. What a downgrade. This'll work. I don't like the spaghetti, but it'll work. I could just save that. You know, if this were a function, I could just save that to a local variable, but whatever. Not supposed to look pretty, just supposed to work. Yeah, won't throw a potion right now because we don't have anything in the selected slot. I like for it to still flash if we do that, but we can add that easily. In clap, papa. No. Not letting me throw. Why? Access none trying to read Blackboard value? Huh? Huh? What does throwing a potion have to do with my AI? Also, why won't it throw right now? Index removed. Being added. False. Player inventory. Find the potion data. Index removed. Should work. Index removed is equal to hotbar potion. No, that should be. We're gonna breakpoint that. See what happens. Something weird's going on with that. It's not even throwing the ball though, so something else is messed up. Maybe it's not thinking it's a valid potion? It's returning a valid. I mean, it was working before when I was just removing it from hotbar. It was spawning the ball, but now it's not even spawning the ball. Okay. Okay. Is valid potion false? Index 0. Potion index -1. Is potion index not... I forgot to add a semicolon, yeah, right? Is potion index not... Well, it also wasn't in index 0. Are we not updating the selected... Oh. Hey, you know what helps is when you connect nodes. Yeah, isn't that really cool when you do that? God damn it. Of course that's all it is, was a goddamn node wasn't connected in a function. It was, yeah, it's basically, it was a semicolon error. That's exactly it. I'd also like for them to always be visible, please. Thank you. It won't disappear, right? Oh, oh. Ayo? Hold the phone? Shit. Shit. Okay, nope. Nope, there's still bugs. Why are there still bugs? Which potion does it... What? Give them ink collab. I will. I will. I need to figure out which ones are actually being broken, though. I'm going to add 5. We're going to add these in random orders. I want to know if I throw number 4 here, if it removes number 4 here. It removed number 2. Because we are removing... Why is it removing the index from here? It should be grabbing this item and removing and figuring out that, hey, this was index something. Well, look, I'm gonna do it in order this time because the random order is kind of fucking me up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we're gonna select number 4. We're gonna throw number 4. Yeah, it's getting the... It's so weird. Zero, 1, 2, 3. These numbers are correct. It's just we're removing the wrong one for some reason. Why is that? I think it's actually because of this. It's because they are the exact same potion. That it's always going to go in order if we spam in the exact same potions. Because we're telling it just to remove potion data. We're not telling it to remove a certain index from the array. I could tell it to remove an index rather than remove the data. How did we solve this with... Well, no, I guess the same thing would have happened potentially with, yeah. I can kind of get around it with some hacks. Remove index. Default value of -1. Remove the potion you're throwing. Check for the ID of the potion you are uninterchangeable. Make it go -1 if it hits at 0 or less. Delete it from the toolbar inventory. ID. Hold on. Wait. Let me read. We kind of do something. We kind of do that, you know, already though. I think the issue is just with this older function to update the potion inventory. And the fact that we're cheating in copies of the exact same potion. So technically when we're telling it, hey, remove this potion, it's just going in order, right? It's finding the first one right here. It's doing the find. And it's saying, oh, we found the potion. It's in index 0. So remove that one. And that's fine if we assume that every potion is entirely unique. What we should do instead is just tell it to remove the index. And this will probably just need refactoring in the future, this entire function. Right now I can get away with it though. It should find the one we're on, which is why we're going to pass through a specific index right now. In the future, we are going to have to do this better. This entire function will need to be refactored. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, for normal gameplay, it's very unlikely that the player would ever... No, it's not. It's really not unlikely. It's very, very likely. This will 100% need to be refactored. Yeah, it's unlikely the player will create the same potions over and over. No, it isn't. It is not unlikely. Yeah, it's extremely likely. I'm sorry, but if I learn how to make potion A by using easy ingredients, and it I don't know, hurts enemies, I will 100% make that potion over and over again. So, yeah, you're 100% right. If you create divine potion of buffing the fuck out of yourself, which might be what you name it, I would do the same thing. I would create many of those. It's not equal to -1. We actually just want to... I'll just copy this shit. Fine if I'm replacing... I mean, this whole thing's going to be refactored anyway, so let's just do what we need to do here. We know which index to remove. We just need to run remove index. We don't even need to make a branch here. We can just do a select. Yeah, we'll set... No, because we need to set index removed equal to that. So that's equal to that. Otherwise, boom. And that means we don't need any of this. Okay, if remove index is equal to -1, that means we haven't touched it. That's the default. In which case, do the normal stuff. Otherwise, we grab remove index. We set that to be the index removed, and we remove that one. Meaning, after we do a quick save all, because that's going to update a lot of stuff. We simply need to pass through not the potion data, the potion index. And I think then potion data would not be utilized, right? We still would pass that through, but it wouldn't result in anything. Like, either remove index is meant to be set to something different than -1, and we don't pass through potion data, in which case this would be -1. So the same thing. Yeah, this is fine. And we'll see if this works. Everything else looked fine. Everything with the hotbar was, it was technically correct, but it was just fucking up because of the way that we were handling it. I was coding with this on my second monitor. That's how you do. You're more motivated if you're working with somebody that's motivated. Let's pretend I'm motivated. Making a much needed tutorial. There we go. And all -1s. And we can't throw any more potions. Unknown it shouldn't say unknown potion. Still. We need to make sure it doesn't say that. Time to give you motivation. I like motivation. I like discipline is what I lack. Which is another one of the reasons I'm streaming. I need to work with people too in order to have discipline, which is why I hated work from home. That's one of the reasons. I fucking hated that during COVID. I just like being in this, you know, it's very motivating to be in the same office working with teammates on the same thing. And when I'm working at home, I don't feel that. I don't know if any of you are similar, where, you know, working with somebody on the same project in the same space, you can just have that rhythm that you can keep going with. You love remote? I fucking hate remote. Especially as a game designer, I hate remote. Oh my god, is it terrible. It's a test boat. Yeah, I needed to not say that text. Everything else was fine. Never had great teammates. Oh, that might change things, yeah. I have no discipline. I also procrastinate at work, but I get my work done, so it's fine. Stuff just feels more relaxed to me if I can just play some games while doing it. I get that too. I have a problem with getting distracted and tempted. And I know when I was working from home, I would be tempted to... It's like a psychological thing. I'm playing games on the same computer that I'm supposed to be doing my work on. And so when I am working, I feel like I should be playing games. And when I'm playing games, I feel like I should be working. When I'm in the office here, with a separate computer, separate room, I know that I'm here to do work, and I leave to go home and not do work. And while I still sometimes do work at home, it's more, I have a better ability to separate those things. Ocean Index is not. But why is it playing that function then? Why? Why do you play functions? Just bored as fuck from work because it's a bit too easy for me, so I like really need distraction while doing it. Yeah. I know that I got burnt out at one of my previous jobs and just I kind of quiet quit. And it's not that I didn't have motivation to do game dev. It's just that it's a longer story. I had been I felt very disrespected and underutilized and underappreciated. And so I was like, well, I want to make games, but not for you. Not for you anymore. Two PCs or make work that user doesn't have access to your games. Yeah, I mean, I could do it. I couldn't work from home though. Like there's too many distractions there at home, and like noises and like the cat and stuff. So I also like just getting out and having that walk, because it's a separation from work and home. Like I'm not at home right now. I don't have to give a shit about what's going on at my apartment. And when I leave, I don't have to give a shit about what's going on here. I don't think everybody needs that, but I needed that. How it feels to work for an asshole? Happy not to work for asshole anymore. I still work for an asshole. It's just that asshole's me, and I'm good at convincing myself. I couldn't always talk my previous bosses into doing things, but I can talk my current boss into doing things. He's still an asshole, though. On mouse enter. It doesn't have anything to do with the slot. It's the goddamn hot bar. Too many distractions from the office. Everyone wants to talk. Desk is in the middle of the office. The music's always crap. I know in the office that there were still distractions and people could still keep you from doing your work, but that the mental health benefits of working in a team made you more efficient in the long term, even if some days were not nearly as efficient. And as a game designer, it was more important for me to be able to have like lunch meetings, not lunch meetings, but we could talk about the game during lunch, and I could field ideas and talk about desired directions for the game. And you can't get that from people when everybody's working at home. You really can't get that time that everybody has set aside to do the same thing. And And I know programmers who are like, oh, I'm going to love remote work. I don't love it now. I did 3 years of remote work for Darkest Dungeon, and that was mentally not great. You love it at first, and then it slowly erodes. Slowly erodes, and you realize that your social life is non-existent. You have no access to teammates when you need them for fielding design questions. Why is that becoming visible? Even when there's nothing in there. And it's only when something was in there previously. Darkest Dungeon? Yeah, I worked in Darkest Dungeon. Great guys on that one. They were very enjoyable to work with. Yeah, it's because it had information in it before. But we know that the potion index in slot 4 is now -1. I don't really get what the... I don't get why that's happening. Shit. Drop my cap. No, I get what you're saying, True Nightmare. I think that there's... I think that a good office environment helps make working in an office more appealing. And if you don't have that environment where you can get work done, then obviously going to work is never going to be an enjoyable experience. But if you have that and you have teammates that you enjoy working with, there are some, and this is just, I can only speak for game dev, right, really? But for game dev, as a designer, it was very important because I could get people in person to discuss things with. And when everybody's working remotely, it seems like there's never that space to grab somebody and talk about design. They always have a task that they need to do, and you can't say, hey, let's just go for a quick walk, 5 minutes. Get away from the screens, the things that can distract you, that keep you from thinking clearly, or go for lunch. But it's selected as false. We know that that will step through. That one won't. That one won't. And that shows test potion. Step it. Okay, throw the potion. Now it's bye-bye. Press 2. 2 will become selected. So this is the first index. And it's not selected. This one is selected, but the potion index is -1. Why is the potion index for that still 2? Okay, so we're not properly updating the potion index. I think we did that because it was unoccupied. We didn't need to. Which I guess is still okay, but we then just need to add is occupied to this list. Obviously, if it isn't occupied, we shouldn't show anything. Any thoughts on the Nintendo suit? You know what? Thank you for reminding me. I saw that. Fuck Nintendo. I'm curious because it's patent infringement, not copyright infringement. I don't know what patents they allege have been infringed. Yeah, Nintendo is suing Palworld for patent infringement, not copyright infringement. And I don't know what patents they have that are somehow connected to Pokemon. Pokeballs? Is there a patent for that? And Palworld does several of these at a glance. Gamification of health awareness based on sleep patterns? Oh my god, they have a lot of patents. There's 3 pages of patents! Okay, has anybody broken these down? I'm sure the Palworld defense will revolve around the nuances and how their game doesn't do these things exactly. I agree. It's worth noting that these are patents filed to the USA Patent Office. They might have even more that are only filed in Japan. True. Nintendo has a patent in Japan for the following game mechanics. Fast travel. Summoning something that fights for you. Summoning a mount. Swapping the mount while it's being used to another one. Open world games with monsters. And my personal favorite, physics, as in literally any game that updates its state with a player character and 2 or more objects on the screen, which covers probably plus 98% of all games ever released. Jesus Christ. Are you serious? Yeah, and I also thought that the patents on the Nemesis system, and I kind of remember something about the Mass Effect style dialogue wheel being patented. They're so dumb. God damn it, those are so dumb. I'm so fucking tired of patents like this. I don't want to be caught having a patent to something so shit, right, August? What is this? Yeah, it's patents, and that's the most interesting thing. Okay, so they do claim it's throwing things at creatures and calling on creatures to fight enemies. I mean, is there even any way to claim that a patent is too broad? I mean, you can't patent an entire game genre, can you? Is there any way to claim that that patent is... Well, this is in Japan. Japan's laws about it might be different. Because these are Japanese patents. I don't know how their laws work. You can't patent genres or mechanics. So how is the Nemesis system patented then? Because they patented the system of, you know, characters remembering I don't even know what specifically that patent says, honestly. And here's, I'll say this. When Pal World came out and Pokemon, people were saying, oh, Nintendo's gonna sue Pal World for copyright infringement. I said, I'll say the same thing now that I said then. Nintendo can do it, but Nintendo's going to look like the bad guy no matter what. That this would be an insanely stupid decision for Nintendo to do because they are going to look like the bad guys. There's nothing about this that anybody can defend. And I'm not saying legally, I'm saying from a standpoint of the customers. The customers are never going to say, yeah, Nintendo is the good guy here. It's making it look like Nintendo is upset at Pal World's success and they want to stop that. And it's even worse because it's not copyright infringement. They're not allowing any other game to exist where you can't have creature battling, or you can't have creature capturing and battling. That's what they're saying, and that's even more retarded than the initial claims of copyright infringement, where I could at least see some cases where they would be forced to change the designs of some of the pals because they were too close to Pokemon. This is stupid. Nobody can defend this from a moral standpoint. Legal is different, but I'm just saying you can't look at this and say, oh yeah, they're the good guys here. No, they look like the bad guys, and that's only going to make Pal World more successful. It's going to make more people hate Nintendo and more people to either boycott or stop buying Nintendo products. At least one player. I don't know the number. This is stupid. And I feel bad for the Pal World devs on this one. It's like when people were like Sony and Microsoft taking L's and Nintendo was chill. Nintendo's never been chill. All they do is shut down fan projects. And I can say, understand, you don't want somebody to make a fan project and commercialize it. I get that. It's your IP. But stomping on fan projects or people making Pokemon games because they love Pokemon? Really? This is stupid. Credit for Sega for allowing fan projects. I didn't know they do that, but top tier. Oh, fuck. Fucking stupid. These are the most two stupid patents I've seen. Almost as bad as the mini games in loading screen patent. I can only say this, if we make Cauldron Chronicles, we have this universe, I'm never going to shut down any fan projects. I will have a problem if they're trying to be commercialized. But I am okay with giving permission to people who want to make games in our universe. And commercialize it if we can come to some sort of agreement. But I'm never going to shut down a fan project or a mod. Your game, mod it the way you want. If you want to put LGBT flags in my game, go for it. If you want to make every enemy Hitler, go for it. I don't care. Your game. It's like Cauldron Chronicles drug running. Yeah, this is stupid. What was I fixing? Oh yeah, we fixed this bug. This bug's fine. Should be fixed. You're gonna add pride flags? Go for it. I mean, I'm not trying to imply that I have anything wrong with two dudes kissing or something. Like, dude, if you want to look up in the sky and change the sky to just two dudes kissing and licking each other's buttholes, go for it. I think that's kind of funny. Or if your moon is now just going to be somebody's butt, go for it. Okay? We'll change the moon to be a pair of tits. Nice. I like it. I'm gonna make it so that if you switch to one that is false, we just don't play that animation, or we remove the visibility on it. I could do that. Yeah, let me do that. Let me do that to Ronies. Where is it? Window animation. Visible. Hidden. Okay, that'll solve that. That way, if it's false, we can hide the... Hey, it's Flannel Beard. Thank you for the Kamehameha. You guys hear that truck outside? It's really loud for me, but I don't know if you guys hear it. I got my microphone on a vibration protector. So the Moore's RPG template. Something about that rings a bell. I'll close that. Hold on.
Truck, what are you doing? Get out! You, machine.
What is Moore's RPG? So what does that ring a bell? Moore's RPG template. What the fuck is that? Every NPC knows about every quest and dialogue option. Wow, it's... I mean, I can do that too with mine. Oh, yeah, I remember seeing this. Yeah, I remember seeing this. Basically Skyrim in a box. Yeah, there's one like this for survival games too. It's basically like, hey, you want to buy narrative, but you can't afford narrative, so buy this instead. I mean, what are the good and bad parts about it? It's good for prototyping though. Very good for prototyping. It's really Skyrim. It's exactly Skyrim's menu. It's not even trying. The reading might be nice, though. I do want to add reading into our game for books. And depending on how that looks, I might be able to port that over. Massively unoptimized. What part is unoptimized? Like the minimap or something, or what? So I know if we do minimaps poorly, things can be not great. He completed the quest and the game crashed. That's really buggy too. What is this? Why are there so many good reviews then if there's so many bugs? Hello, 1 star. Thank you, Dia Gaming 4256. Great review. Haven't tried it yet. New to Unreal, 2 stars. Haven't tried it yet. What are these reviews? Hello, 1 star, and haven't tried it yet. New to Unreal, 2 stars. Jesus Christ. Sometimes I have to remind myself I'm not as dumb as I think I am. I love this game, 1 out of 5 stars, right? Yeah, I mean, I think it is a good jumping off point, and even with some bugs, it's probably pretty good to prototype with. I'd be curious to see about the reading, because there is one other book plugin that I was looking at. I think it was this one. But this one looked a bit too... It looked like it was better for menus, but maybe I'm wrong. I was going to try this one and just see what I could do with that. Because I want lore books, and it would be cool if we had something that was animated like this, and this is animated. And this would save me a lot of time if I could just spend 20 bucks and get it. Yeah, I've been collecting free stuff ever since Unreal 4. I have so much bullshit. Yeah, the horror engine. The horror engine also has some issues though. But it's not bad. What did I call it? What did I call it in the hotbar? Selected potion border. Yeah, horror engine last time I used it was stable. It was just there were some like optimization problems, but I didn't have any bugs or anything. I did not know Moore's RPG template was so buggy. I don't know why you would release something that was so buggy like that. Do. Actually, have I gotten this month's free content? It might have reminded me that I didn't. Yeah, I have them. Okay. Okay, yeah, this month's was like okay, I guess. Be curious to see if this turn-based strategy template was any good. I know for sure if we make a shared universe, I'd love to make a turn-based strategy game in our universe. This could be kind of fun. Looks like Heroes. It does look like Heroes, especially this. Make your own Baldur's Gate. I don't know if I could reach that level of fidelity with the budgets that we usually work with. You know what? I'm not gonna fix that bug. Fuck that bug. I don't care. Really not anything important. Wasting my time with it. If one of you can do a good goblin voice, you can voice act for Spoon. You just have to be okay with saying a lot of like talking about poo a lot and turds. There is a D's nuts joke in his dialogue though, so just saying if that's a game changer for you. He's got a D's nuts joke. Where do I apply? Just send me a message on Discord. I wanna have our NPCs voice acted for prototype. I can't pay anything. I apologize, but if you want to be in our prototype at least. I can't really do a good goblin voice, but I might voice act one of the other NPCs we had. We're gonna have 2 more NPCs. I can do one of them, and that's probably I'll do that one first so that I can get this system figured out. Good with deep voices. Could do. I don't know what the other 2 NPCs we want to add are. But there is a D's nuts joke. Not here. Just talk to Spoon about his family, and you will eventually get to the D's nuts joke. Once he starts talking about mind goblins, he'll drop the mind goblin D's nuts joke. Yeah, we're probably gonna do a knight. I want to do someone that is a bit more morally, like good, and I want to do somebody that's a bit more morally evil. That way, you know, Spoon is kind of like in the middle, and we have one that's kind of good and one that's kind of evil. You can stab him. That'd be pretty funny if you could just attack. The thing is, I think that with our system, with potion combat, it's very probable we will allow you to attack the NPCs, and there might be cases where they attack you, especially if you piss them off. And you could get them killed that way. So, yeah, see. Voice act a rock. Oi. And you like the sunlight, and you hate when there's shade. And so if you stand and you block the rock's view from the sun. Do you know how easy that would be to do? It's just to do a line trace between... Just like find the direction of the sun and do a line trace between the rock and the sun. And if it hits you, then we know that you're standing in the sun's view. You just curse. You just curse. You won't stop bitching at the player if they're standing in view. If they're standing in the way of the sun. Yeah, can you help? Can you move your fucking ass? Yeah, so fuck with me out here. I need help. There's some good ideas there. I like it. All right, are we good? Are we good with our hotbar? I think we are. Let me make some potions. I won't hook up the testing of potions yet for throwing. That'll be probably we can do that next time we work. That should be pretty easy. Although I think we have a half-baked function for testing potions. It's very half-baked and I use it for this one. And that's exactly why it says a potion that only has at least regenerate health at 1 on it. But that should be pretty easy to fix up. Damage health. Make some potions. Oops. Damage, health, 2. Regen, health, magic. One thing I will do before I quit today is make this accept more characters. Try to drown me. You know I don't have lungs. I know for the full game what I'd like to do is add NPCs that can change the game in some way. Not all of them, but for there to be ones that, for instance, like that mage who might be a bit evil, but if you help him, he can teach you a couple of spells. And so, well, before you could give yourself restore mana, but you didn't have anything to use mana with, so it was kind of useless for you as an alchemist, you can now do spells that will make it so you don't have to make potions for those things, like a small fireball, right? I don't know, there could be some trade-off. There could be some cool ideas here. Low damage health. And now we could like throw the slow. Boop, and now he's slowed. Or regen health and magic. Bonk. Damage health. Throw it. Goodbye. We're also going to have to make it so that we show the number of ingredients you have here. That should be pretty easy to do. Yeah, don't worry. Thank you for showing up, Flannel Beard. I'm going to be getting off pretty soon here too, because I have to hit up the store. And I think, you know, I don't like starting stuff that I leave for the next time we stream. So if we end a little bit early, I could do one Tim Kaine reaction though. That might be fun. Should we do that? Let's do that. Let me quit here. I think this is a good stopping point. Going to Bieta, yeah. Biedronka, I call it Bieta because it's kind of funny. No, I have to go into the mall in the city to a store and buy a couple things. Shouldn't be too long, but I don't want to get hit with all the traffic from people finishing up work. All right, finalized, or you know what, not finalized, finished up making hotbar remove potions when thrown, and fixed some bugs. Don't remember which ones they were, but we fixed them. A reel for offering to voice act. I really appreciate that. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. I can't master, so we'll have to find a way to coordinate, like, volumes for things. It doesn't have to be super good. It just has to show to the publisher, hey, we want voice acting. It has to be good for us as developers to determine how much it might cost and how long it might take to implement. And then it has to be good for players to say, yes, this improves the experience, which, I mean, I don't think anybody's going to deny that adding voice acting to the NPCs improves the experience, but still, good to test. All right, let me end the YouTube recording there. I'm going to go to the bathroom then, and we'll be back for one reaction I can handle for Tim Kaine. So, BRB. And if you're on YouTube, see ya.